Somebody send one out?
It's something's happened in our technology, and Teams invites are being added automatically to some of our meeting stuff. And so we're gonna be strategizing what's going on with that, but it should be at the bottom of the invite. If you look at it, there should be a Teams thing in there adding confusion to it. So we're gonna address that now that we've uncovered the issue.
Well,
Okay.
it just came over across as something that's popped up on my screen, so I just jumped on. I mean, just said that, so that's why I jumped on. So thank you for that.
Yeah, it actually, I just noticed that too. It jumped up on my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, we'll fix the issue. Somehow they're sending out double invites to two different meetings. So we got to investigate exactly what's happening. So I'm monitoring the Teams room to notify anybody who shows up over there to hop over and join up on the Zoom link.
Okay, thanks. That's a strange bug.
Yes.
All right, well, that's the way we're starting today. It is Friday, the 28th of March. We're still in March. And this is the Commercial Energy Code Technical Advisory Group. Thank you for being here. We have a packed agenda today. So let's go and do a roll call on who's here.
Okay, Chell Anderson,
I am here.
Margaret Montgomery,
I am here.
Marty Brennan, Marty, are you there? No. Okay. Kim Barker. I think she said she was unavailable today. Todd Blevins. I don't see Todd either. Dwayne Johnlin. Are you here, Dwayne? Ray Alshouse.
Here.
Eric Bedell.
I am here.
Nick Massey.
I'm here.
Sean Vig.
Here.
Kevin Roberts. Greg Johnson.
Present.
Nathan Miller.
Here.
Prem Kumar Siddharth. Irina Rasputnis said she was going to be a little late this morning. Kevin Duell.
I'm here.
Ian Casey.
Here.
Poppy Storm. Shailesh Desai.
Here.
Larry Andrews. Eric Olnon.
Present.
Lisa Rosenow.
Present.
Rick Blumenthal. Irina Sesarova.
I'm here, but I'll need to drop off the call periodically. My alternate Andy will be covering me.
Okay, thank you. Andy Burnham.
Yep, present.
Sloan Ritchie. Sloan, are you there? Brett Conway.
Present.
Luke Howard.
Present.
Marcus Berta,
Here.
Kevin Sharp,
Here.
Alessandra De La Torre, Deepa Savarajan,
Here, I'm going to be in the car at various points during today's meeting. So if I drop off, I will try my best to get back on as soon as I can. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a quorum, and it looks like a couple more people popped into the teams and should be making their way over.
Okay, maybe we'll do another roll call in a few minutes and see if anybody showed up. Does that sound good, Krista?
Sure.
Okay,
Somebody
right.
just jumped into the Teams meeting again too, so they'll probably be back over.
Yeah, it appears Dwayne is trying to log into the Teams meeting.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll do a roll call in a few minutes and get to that. So we have we have an agenda to approve, and one thing that we people can't be here the whole time, so one of the things we heard was that the proposals by Sutton 2425 about masonry, that person would only be able to be here for the first half hour, so I was suggesting we move those, as well as Johnland's 264, which is about masonry as well, move to the top of the agenda, and we cover that first. That's a suggestion I'll have for the group. Otherwise, I'm happy to entertain a motion to do the agenda as modified.
I'll so moved as Shell recommended for his adjustments.
I'll second. It's
We
Margaret.
have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Oh, sorry. I guess further discussion. Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, we have an agenda. Before we get to the minutes, I forgot to ask any members of the public that wanted to introduce themselves to introduce themselves. So just raise your hand, I'll call in you and you can introduce yourself if you want to. There's no need, you just can. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yes, Patrick Hanks for the Building Industry Association of Washington. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Okay, let's go look at the meeting minutes from February 28th. We'll scroll through these, and if anyone has changes, suggest them. Otherwise, we'll take a motion to approve them. We had a meeting where we got through lots of material last time, so I appreciate everybody's diligence in speaking, getting to the point, and then getting to a vote on things. We are 35% of the way done with the proposals, or 36%, depending upon how you calculate it. We have another 29 on the window today, and with another 3 to 4 meetings, if we continue with this level of progress, we can get through all the proposals for the 2024 code. Is there a motion to approve or modify the agenda? Sorry, the minutes. Anybody?
So moved. This is Marcus.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
Second, Conway.
Thank you. All right. I see no more hands up. All in favor of approving the minutes from February 28th, say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say no. Okay, we have meeting minutes. It is now time for, is this the, okay, we're gonna get to the proposals. Just as a really brief thing, just in general, the council was asked to do something about 206. The council made decisions on that, and we'll talk about that when we get to 206. There was court action on I-2066. We'll get to that if somebody brings it up. think that's about it. So let's get to
Hey.
the first proposal. Go ahead.
Chell?
Yeah.
Chell, this is Dwayne. I'm actually in transit at the moment. Can I have somebody else go first so I can get situated?
We're gonna go with 24 Sutton.
Okay, that'd be
first.
great.
So this is another masonry, another concrete masonry one. But then you are
Third.
Okay, that'll work. Thanks.
okay. All right, thanks, Dwayne. Okay, Sutton, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. This is Carrie Sutton.
Carrie?
Thank you very much, Chair, and the committee members for listening today and accommodating my schedule. I know you have a really full agenda, so I'll just be brief here in my introduction. So the proposal, I have two proposals today. This first one, this is a joint proposal with the American Concrete Institute and the Masonry Society, excuse me there, in support with the Northwest Concrete Masonry Association and the National Ready Mix Concrete Association. So ACITMS code 122.1 on thermal bridge mitigation requirements as an alternate path is what we would like to propose here, bringing into section 402.1. So this relatively new standard developed by ACTMS and an ANSI accredited process really fills a gap that is not in the IECC or ASHRAE as well, that addresses thermal bridge mitigation for concrete and masonry. So I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at the standard. I think I did offer an opportunity for members of the committee to actually get a complimentary copy of the standard. That's basically to address those gaps that we don't see in the IECC to specifically address thermal bridge mitigation for concrete and masonry. So that's the proposal today, the first one.
Thank you, Carrie. Regrettably, I didn't request that document, so I had I just have a few questions when we get to them. But go ahead, Greg.
Just a minor edit is on your right. It says shall be permitted. It'd be nice if that said is permitted.
Okay.
That would just make it more consistent with what we've been doing. And then I, like everyone else, I Googled trying to get the access to the copy of the standard, but all I was able to read is just like the summary. I mean, from the summary, it sounds like it's good, but I don't know what's in the standard.
Yes. I can definitely, I have the availability. I just need people's email addresses to allow for a complimentary copy. ACI does provide that to those who wishing to review the standard and take a look at it. So I could definitely do that.
Could you add my email to that, Carrie?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that a PDF copy?
Yes, that would be
Okay.
a PDF copy. So I actually, if I could, I can reach out to whoever would like a copy. I just need their email addresses. And
yeah. If you reach out to, I guess, okay, carrie.sutton@concrete.org, you could reach out, or you could also email Krista and she can
okay,
forward
that would be
on
great.
your information. Nathan, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I had the same issues as everybody else. I wasn't aware there was a way to get access to the document, so hard to review this or the parallel proposal. But I guess fundamentally, I have a question about how this is structured. If we scroll back up to how it's added in to C401 or C402.1, like all the other bullet points there are referring us to sections within our energy code. This would seem to actually like break out concrete and masonry construction into a independent compliance path that's not part of either the prescriptive or component performance. It seems a little odd to me because we're referencing something outside of our code here of how you would as an option for how concrete and masonry construction could comply. Is that correct?
Well, in this case, this was the location where we felt it'd best be fit in, but we're open to other suggestions as well, or ways to reference it for
I
more
guess-
consistency.
I guess maybe if this helps, is this meant to be a reference standard where you can say look up proper U factors or psi factors for concrete, or is it
Yes,
meant
that's
to be
correct.
okay?
Yes.
And it's
Yes.
not like setting different targets for concrete than what we already have
No.
in our tables. Okay,
No,
that
that
was
is
a
correct.
key thing I wanted to understand. I think
Yes.
there may be a better place to add this then, but that's just my thought off the top of my head.
Yeah, we do have a appendices that have this information, and there is a new portion of the 2024 IECC that we included that.
That's on the residential side, though.
Oh, is that on the residential side?
Yes.
They include psi factors?
Oh, the side factors, yeah. That's in the commercial, sorry.
Yeah, that it seems like that might be because that's about thermal bridges. There's other portions of the code about thermal bridges as well. So I kind of agree that this would seem to be a blanket exception that if you do a masonry or concrete building, you would not have to comply with any of it, any of the C402.1. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I agree with the comments. And so I actually have a few suggestions for ways it can be handled a little bit differently that might address some of the concerns I'm hearing. It seems to me that this really doesn't belong in C402.1, but that it should be moved to C402.6 because that's the thermal bridging section of the energy code. So I think that where it's placed right now, it is kind of a blanket, you do this for concrete, and it eliminates everything else in that section. And so that was my first recommendation. I also saw the language there, instead of saying shall be, actually it should say masonry construction are, because it is plural. So that's just a real minor thing there, Krista. And then just because this is the only proposal that we have in front of us, there is a section reference that's not associated with this. Well, it sort of is based on my suggestion. And that item number 4, the section reference should be C402.6, not C402.7. It's just a typo or an editorial change. And I don't know if we can pick that up now or maybe later. But that's my recommendation, is to move this to the thermal bridging section of the energy code versus here.
That would seem to make sense. And then I guess this would go in the references at the end of the code as well. So yeah, let's scroll to where Lisa is recommending this goes. All right, while we're looking at this, go ahead, Larry.
I'd like to get that standard too. Can the council give them my email address so I can get a copy of it, of both of them, for the next one too? Thank you.
I think so. Shailesh, go ahead.
Question is, this standard, is it available to all jurisdiction free of charge, or they have to buy in order to look at it?
Yes, so ACI does provide complimentary copies to building officials, and in situations like this where the standard is being reviewed for adoption. So that's been our policy. So yes, any jurisdiction that would like to take a look at it, or if they, are adopting it, can have a complimentary copy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, one more comment I forgot to mention. in the language of we're in a different part of the code now than, or if you could, actually, Krista, could you open up the proposal again so we can see that? Thank you. Also, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be appropriate to add at the end that this is as approved by the jurisdiction. Since it, as has been noted here, this is a standard that's completely outside of the code. And so there's nothing that a jurisdiction can look to inside the code to confirm that what's in a set of drawings actually, is code compliant. They'd have to have access to this document and be familiar with it. So it seems that it might be appropriate to include that. And then, of course, approved would be italicized so that it fits the definition of what does approved mean. But I'm open to other folks' thoughts about that.
I think that's good. I'm wondering where in 402.6 this would go, because that might inform other things as well. Is this standard for above grade walls? Is it for structural beams and columns?
Yeah, so
is it
so
for
it
kind of
is.
everything?
Yeah, so the provision is for 122.1 for masonry walls, masonry veneer, and portions of the buildings having concrete balconies or concrete projections that penetrate the building thermal envelope. So it is specific.
Yeah, so this would need to go in the 402.6 base section, probably.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking too.
And it's probably not, I don't know whether it goes in the
So-
base part of this or
I
in.
kind of want to break in here because there's another place we could put it, which is that we have a default table to look up thermal bridging psi chi factors, and that's all right after the formula for C402.1.4 now, the component performance trade-off. And we have footnotes that say, go look up in the table. So would it be more appropriate to say have either a footnote on that table or supplement those notes to say, if we decide this is a good source, it's an alternative source to get those factors? Right. So right above that table, there's some notes that kind of point you here, right? So we're saying use this table for these factors, but then this proposal would seem to offer some an alternative to look up different factors for concrete assemblies. I don't know. That's just another option.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Nathan. It might be even better.
Dwayne, go ahead.
Thanks. What was the intent that we'd all be getting copies of this as we're talking and looking them over? It seems like we really can't decide on this without information. And my main concern is that I have no idea if this is going to just be a clearer way to understand how to go about evaluating these particular thermal bridges, or if it is a more or a less stringent standard. And that would be my big concern, is that coming from an industry group, this standard might make more lenient than what we would currently allow.
Yeah, I think that's valid. One of my hope is today is that we figure out maybe where it goes. And then the proponent can come back with a location for this type of language. And in the meantime, we can all get the standard, anybody who needs it, and then we can make the decision later. That seems like a decent path today, is suggest to the proponent, does it go in CO402.1.4? And then the proponent can potentially revise their proposal, so it's in the right spot with the right language. And then we could move on, table it. Greg, go ahead.
So I was under a similar sentiment as you guys that we're going to probably have to postpone this. But without seeing it, I guess I don't really know entirely where it would go. But I would, I have a question is, we have a couple other proposals today that had to deal with mass assemblies where you have cantilevered and how to insulate the cantilevered concrete. And I'm wondering, does this standard actually address that? In which case, do we need to table those also to figure them in unison, or can we do those separately? Or wondering if Carrie, if you have any insight, have you read the other proposal or?
Yeah, I have not read the other proposals, but that's something I can take a look at. But no, I don't think there should be any conflict, just knowing, I mean, from the perspective of our code, but it might be something that we want to double check.
Does this standard include details for like when you have a column that's going through a mass assembly, or also cantilevered concrete slab?
So
Like,
122.1 does have design information in there, recommendations and information that's shared, yes.
so this actually might be a better way to, because some of the other proposals, they were just offering exceptions where you don't have to comply for those situations. Where this standard, if it actually gives values for it, that might be a better approach.
Possibly.
Yeah, I think you're bringing up a good point that we don't know what the standard says.
So I was going to move to postpone this hopefully to next meeting, and then by that time maybe we can all have if we all get standards.
Okay.
I
Is
was,
there a motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone this until the next meeting.
And
And I guess everybody who wants a standard, please email Krista that you want this standard, and then Krista can email Carrie, and then we can get the standards.
Okay,
Or
great.
if you remember Carrie's email address from the proposal, you can email her directly.
And that would be for both standards, 122.1 and 122.3. So
I have another request as well. Perhaps it would be appropriate. The proposal, it points to a standard, which is fine, but it doesn't really provide like a good summary of this is the gist of the standard. It just says, well, here's a standard, go read it, and we'll all figure out if we think it's good or not. It would be really helpful if there was some type of synopsis for the committee that explains to some level of detail, what the standard, what it does, and how it differs from the current code, if at all, or that it's, something that's layered on top. Just a little bit more information about recommendation, I think would be really helpful for the committee members, for those of us that don't have a lot of time to read a full standard.
I could provide that, yes.
Yeah, and if there's any examples or things that the committee has come up with to explain how it works, that'd be also very helpful. Okay, we have a motion to postpone. Greg, your hand's still up, but I assume you've already talked. Shailesh, go ahead.
Well, when we add a new standard, it would be better to have the version which year or something to be noted also, because this standard, they change on their own down the road.
That's
And
usually in the appendix, is that right?
yeah, when we add into appendix, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, motion to postpone. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, we have postponed this one 24. Now we're on to 25. Which we could also immediately just postpone it for the same reasons if we wanted to with the same request.
I'll move to postpone for next meeting also.
25, okay. So a motion,
I'll second.
okay,
Margaret.
we have a motion to postpone. We have a second. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, 25 is postponed. Dwayne, are you here?
I am here.
Are you ready to talk
Okay,
about
look.
yours? Okay, and then just to make it clear, please email Krista if you want the standards, or if you have Carrie's email address, you can email her directly.
So as we all know, that Washington State has had an exception in the tables for allowing CMU walls to be considered code compliant if you just pour perlite or one of the other insulating materials into the empty cores of the wall. And the idea was, I guess, that CMU walls had some special properties that other mass walls and other frame walls didn't have. But with the latest change in the Oregon code, this would leave Washington State as the only place north of climate zone 2, which is like Houston and New Orleans, that would allow this exception. All across the middle and northern tiers of the country, mass walls follow the same rules that or CMU follows the same rules that other mass walls have to follow. And so this proposal takes away that exemption, and as its main thing, it's also picking up a couple of Seattle things that try to make concrete that pierces through the ground floor of a building between the conditioned space above and the parking garage below to be a little more realistic. But the main issue to discuss is the CMU exception. It allows about 4 times as much heat loss per square foot than is allowed for any other mass wall. Comparing the actual heat loss through one of these CMU walls, and like 6 or 7 times as much as we would allow through a typical frame wall. So my proposal would move it back to just following the rules that the other mass walls have, which you can see allow a little more U-value because they have some other thermal properties. But keep in mind that in our seismic zone, that exterior CMU walls typically have 35 or so % of the core is grouted solid, which means that there's just no space at all, and the heat can flow through there very easily. There are a number of options for how people can deal with this. If you want to still have the robust CMU face on the interior, you can put eaves on the exterior of the building, or you can put what I've seen a few times is masonry wall for the first 4 feet or 6 feet at the bottom of the interior, with rigid insulation between that and the exterior wall, and then an insulated frame wall above that. There are a number of other options that we've listed there. It's the CMU walls in Washington State are typically used for retail, and we've all seen that big box retail. Those tend to stay fully conditioned round the clock, because they're in the nighttime when they're closed, they are restocking and so forth. They keep everything moving, and in our Washington State climate, we have long winter nights where there isn't any sun on these walls. When there is, even in Eastern Washington, where we have sun in the winter, which we don't over here, but that can impact the south face, but the other faces of the wall just stay cold and lose heat all around the clock. So that's my proposal, is to finally move this out of our code, catch up with the rest of the nation, and go forward from there. Thanks.
Thank you, Dwayne. Larry.
Dwayne, your highest gain is east and west on your walls, just not the south. Okay, all your books tell you that. Okay, so the only wall that's not getting any gain is the north wall. And then on top of that is we use this over in our gymnasiums a lot in the schools, and it gives you a wall that is nearly indestructible with the kids. And that's what we need. We need these walls in these applications, but we're not showing the gain that we're getting off of these walls on the three sides. Okay. And I have a masonry garage on my house, and the fuel bill on it is extremely low. Okay. And it's because it gets hit with the sun on all three sides. And I don't know how you're going to figure that in, but it does work, and it works well. And to knock the masonry people out, I think is wrong. And
Thanks.
until there's much more study done on the masonry systems, and we in our patented system, we do put a lot of masonry in there, and gets us near net zero. Okay. And that's all figured in, and just running the number games sometimes isn't always the answer. Okay. You got to have some common sense here of what reality is, and what the numbers are showing, because the numbers garbage in, garbage out. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. And let me just respond to that issue about the three faces. Yeah, especially in summer, you get lots of sun on the east and west faces for lots of hours. In the winter, which is when we're most concerned about heat loss from our buildings, there's very little that's getting morning and afternoon onto the east and west faces, and you have, if it's a sunny day, you have getting onto the south. In Western Washington, we don't have that many sunny days in the middle of the winter, and so we're not even getting that south portion. And here in our northern part of the globe, our days are short. So Larry, you brought up a point that the east and west faces are getting lots of sun, but that's happening mostly in those times a year when you really don't want the extra heat. And since these are very poorly insulated constructions, that heat is that unwanted east and west solar gain is transferring into the building, that then requires heating in itself.
Okay, Dwayne, I would tell you, in the winter, when you go put your hand on my east and west side of my garage, it's so hot you can hardly hold your hand on there. And that's why my dog goes out there and lays up against the side of the masonry structure and gets warm. Okay, so whatever you're using isn't correct, and it needs to be corrected. And but you can't you can't dispute what you can feel with your hand, okay? And you can't dispute the numbers that it takes to heat my garage. It's like $20 a month, and that's with straight electric. So, thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, thank you, and thanks, Dwayne, for this proposal. I'm glad you took this up. I've got a few comments, general, and then about the content itself. I completely agree that Washington State has this exception. It's not available in any other location, and so it feels like it's time to bring our code up to the same standard as the rest of the nation. Obviously, the IECC doesn't include this, and therefore this way we would be aligning better with the model code. So that's my first comment. And then with regards to just the content itself, and actually I see that there's like 3 things being accomplished by this proposal. So the first one I see is it's striking the exception, which I am very much in support of. I also agree that providing specific allowances for below grade walls is helpful. Krista, could you scroll down to table of C402.1.3? I do have a question though. So for the below grade walls for wood stud, it doesn't require any continuous insulation. Is the thought that, so it's R10 on the outside and then it's cavity only on the interior?
Remember, these are 3 different choices. So you could do exterior, you could do just R10 on the exterior of that. Or on the interior, you could do an R19 stud wall, and that together with the masonry itself it gets you your whole full assembly. Or like I said, you could have a 4-inch stud and some continuous between the stud and the metal stud and that wall. So there are just a few different ones, and if you didn't like any of those combinations, then you can just use the U-value table to accomplish the same thing.
Sure. My only other thought is just, looking back at WSU's information and buildingscience.com, their information about mass walls, they do typically recommend at least some level of continuous insulation on the interior surface, just for other reasons.
On the interior? No, they recommend continuous on the exterior.
But if you didn't put any insulation on the exterior and you just did wood stud furring and with R19 bats, I guess my question is, why wouldn't we require a little bit of continuous insulation in that application as well? Just
yeah, I'm sorry, I forget the source. I copied those over from another source, but I'm happy to accept that as a friendly amendment. I was looking to make these. If you're talking about the below grade wall, then remember that the dirt outside has its own bit of insulating value as well. So that can be a little less stringent than the above grade version of the wall.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm more referring to the value that layer of continuous insulation adds with regards to moisture mitigation. So that's the only question I had about that particular detail. And then the last thing I was going to mention, and I'll turn it over to the next person who would like to speak. For Christy, if you scroll back up to the U factor table, what you're recommending for concrete columns and the concrete slab floor, just a couple thoughts about that. Proposal number 221, that one also recommends a similar value for concrete columns. And so, and it handles it a little bit differently. So we could approve it as is, but there's also another proposal that I think puts it perhaps in a better place. I'm not a big fan of adding more rows to the energy code for specific items to the table and kind of straying further away from the model code with what the rows that we have in the table. And so their proposal actually corresponded, actually puts it in the code. And it does have a row for the one that has a U factor, but for something that doesn't have any requirement, we can put it in a different place. And so we could approve it as is and then take a look at their proposal.
Okay. But you were good with the column and wall penetrating the floor to remain in that table?
Yes, I think it's a very good idea to do that. It's just adding rows to the table that says there's no requirement. We can handle that differently without cluttering up the table, and we'll talk about that.
I'm happy to move that. And by the way, these both came as design team requests to Seattle, so they've been in our code for a couple cycles, and just so that they have an actual value that they could comply with for the penetrations through the continuous insulation that's on the bottom of the slab at the top of the garage, and the concrete slab directly above a utility vault. They're in a kind of an impossible situation there because the utilities don't let you put stuff on their concrete ceiling. It has to be completely bare. And since the utility vault is continuously producing its own heat anyway, it seemed like a sensible place to take that away. But yes, that could be a footnote or another code location.
Yeah. It could remain as is for your proposal, because we'll have an opportunity in other proposals to put in a different location. But I do agree that those accommodations are needed. And yeah, so I'm in support of the proposal, but I thought I'd wait to hear other people's comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa and Dwayne. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of things. So what I've seen happen sometimes, not for CMU, but for formed concrete walls, I've seen where they've thermally broken the concrete. They put the insulation between the concrete instead. And wondering, would it make sense to do a small tweak and basically take the exterior insulation and just put that in the table 402.1.3? So you got to scroll up. That table right there. So wondering if it would make sense to allow that continuous insulation, not just be on the exterior, but that could be on the interior. It could be inside the wall. It could be anywhere. As the option.
Right. It's allowed. It's just not spelled out. Anybody can use the U value table as well, but it's been one place where it's been popular to put that is on the exterior. And I think what you're talking about with concrete, they use for tilt up all the time. They pour one slab, then they lay down the insulation, they pour the other on top of that, tilt the whole thing up, and they have a sandwich. And there are some proprietary CMU products that actually have a full thermal break through the middle of it, and those have tested U values, and you can just use those through the U value table. But this just concerns more conventional CMU shape.
So I think
Would
what
it make
Meg is
sense?
asking is, so there's a word exterior before R11.4 CI. Do we need that word exterior? Is that what you're asking, Greg?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we can just change it so it doesn't say exterior. It just says continuous installation. You know what I mean? Like as an option, so it doesn't. Because if I were reading the table, it just tells me like my only option is put exterior. But
yeah, I can see that. I could see that actually either of these could go on the interior or the exterior. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's just the way
in the middle,
right.
In the middle, thermally broken. But like some, just you know what I mean, saying continuous, and don't like footnotes. But if we want a footnote, we could say a footnote that says allowed to be located on the exterior, interior, or in the middle for a thermally broken.
Oh, no, but this looks fine. Just to take away, you could take away both the words exterior and interior.
Oh, I like that. That's perfect. Yeah, just now we're just specifying the assemblies, not the location.
That's friendly. It's kind of funny because it's just the way we've had it in the Seattle code. Seattle, by the way, has lots and lots of terrifically beautiful masonry buildings, but we've never allowed this particular exception all these decades. So it's just the way we set up our rule, but there's nothing saying that we couldn't just take away those. Thank you.
For
And this
below grade walls, one of the issues is water. So if you have exterior insulation, if it's outside of the waterproofing, then you're just getting water between the.
Yeah, we're not trying to
Well, I
instruct
mean,
the users on how to put together their wall assemblies. That's their architect's responsibility, but we're saying where the insulation can go.
Yeah, putting a wood stud wall on the outside of a low grade wall seems like a poor choice, but someone could do that.
well, they can figure out how they're going to do their waterproof membrane, put it in the appropriate spot wherever it is.
Yeah. Okay, so would that also change any other tables? Or is this
This is it.
Is it?
Because we already had U values in the U value
Okay.
table. Oh, I actually, shoot, I'm sorry. Did I forget that? No, because we have the U factor table up above that we've changed, and then here's the R value. So we got them both.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Eric.
Hey, Dwayne, just a quick question and maybe just to understand, is this for below grade, is this for conditioned spaces or unconditioned spaces?
Well, if it was an unconditioned space, then we wouldn't have an insulation requirement at all.
Yeah, okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure the whole team knew that. So it'd be just for conditioned spaces that are on exterior walls below grade that we would have to add a stud wall with certain types of insulation. Is that a correct assumption?
No, it's just more popular for exterior walls is to put the rigid insulation on the outside of the wall.
Well, that's above grade. That's not a below the grade in a parking garage.
But below grade between the concrete, between the CMU and the dirt that's outside of that, if you were doing a CMU below grade wall, having the insulation outboard of the wall, and in fact the waterproofing would go on the wall itself, and then the insulation goes to the outside of that, acts as protection for the waterproofing.
How would you build that in? It's like, say we were downtown Seattle,
right,
and we're digging a pit,
right,
and we're 3 stories down. How would you put the insulation and waterproofing? I actually don't know that detail because we've never done that.
Typically,
I've built a lot of.
I would never be doing CMU.
Okay, yeah, it would be like a soldier pile. Yeah, okay, so this is just related to see. I had to understand that. That's actually a very key component of just actually my understanding of this. It's just CMU walls.
Right. This is basically bringing.
No, Eric,
CMU.
it's also cast in place.
Right.
See, that's where I'm seeing cast in place also, which is,
right.
This is that's the crux is.
Well, I think there's a difference between having the option to do it and actually it being a good idea. I think for some of these, thermally it might be fine to do it, but you and I would never do it for waterproofing and constructability reasons.
Yeah, waterproofing would just live on its own. I would absolutely just say, hey, we could build a stud wall inside with aluminum and put a certain amount of bad insulation and cover it up. Because waterproofing details are some of the most difficult details as a general contractor that we deal with on a construction project, at least on large commercial projects. I would say it's in the top 3 items. So again, I just want to, I agree with the premise of this, Dwayne, 100%, where we have to have insulation for conditioned spaces, and I think this is what you're trying to solve, but absolutely making sure we give the options to make sure the constructability is there.
So-
If you agree with
No,
that
you're-
sentiment
you're
or
right,
statement.
Eric. And that's why if I was on the design team, I would be just looking at the U value table because we'd have the different general contractors have different ways they want to do this,
Yeah.
and there actually is a slick system by which once the backing is down in there in the hole, that you can get insulation out there and then waterproofing and then pour your concrete against it, and but that's proprietary. Nobody's saying
Yeah.
how to do that.
And again, there should be, I mean, for everyone in the code that's just top to bottom, there should be no proprietary items that should be listed in the code ever. I know that does happen, like Sovent and whatnot, but it just helps us because there's so many different ways to do this. So just having that ability to give us the opportunity to make sure we can get the insulation in, especially in related to below grade walls for opaque. It's paramount. Dwayne, do you agree with all that we need to do this? It's just that's my only comment and for the group.
Yeah, and like if you have a few below grade stories that are all concrete.
I think I have a solution for you.
Well, I don't know that we need to design details at this point.
Right.
Yeah, I don't need to
I
design
think
details.
this allows you to put it inside, and if
Yeah,
you
it does.
have a whiz bang system to put it outside, you can put it outside. But it just
does.
allows you to do those things. So we don't need to go over details.
Yeah. And I just wanted to make, my first comment was just so the rest of the
Mhm.
tag just understood what it meant, I guess, more, for the technical, but maybe non-technical in comparison to Dwayne.
Right.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. Lisa, go for it.
Thanks. So just a couple thoughts. So I find taking exterior out because that leaves it flexible, that you can do the R10 CI either on the exterior or the interior. However, I don't disagree. I don't agree with removing the word interior. It seems like we shouldn't be putting something in the code that people really shouldn't be doing. It should be clear. And it seems like what you're talking about here is this is an interior furring. That's what we're talking about. And so I don't know, I liked what you had before. I know that there was a suggestion to take the word interior out, but I'm not in support of that. I think it should be clear that that is what the code is allowing, is interior furring. And I also would still like to reach out if some.
Lisa, are you talking about both above and below grade?
Yeah,
below?
but
because above grade, actually having the mass wall on the inside of and another insulated assembly on the outside is optimal, because then you get
oh sure, okay, I
all
see
the
what you're saying.
benefits of mass.
Yeah, but not below grade, right? Like we don't want to put something in the code that
Right.
never do and would be a really bad idea. So it feels like that should say either interior or interior furring or something like that. So it's really clear that the code's not saying you could do something that you really, really shouldn't do.
I think removing or keeping the word interior for both below grade situations
Yeah,
is a good choice.
Yeah, I don't think we should take that out. And then again, I'm kind of looking to the tag members to with regards to wood stud. I mean it's also not a good idea to do a wood stud framing right up against a below grade wall with no continuous insulation or some type of layer in between. Typically there's an air gap that's required or something like that. And I know that's a design detail that architects should know, but I don't know if it would be just because, so we show good practice in the code to include some continuous insulation for wood stud as well. I would support that, but only if somebody on the committee feels like that's necessary.
I'm convinced.
So the question is how much? Yeah, I don't know if is Rick Blumenthal on the call? I'm sure he would have an opinion about this.
Well, and then you also might have the situation where you have you're 3 feet below grade and you're framing a wood stud building and you just don't want to do something else there. I think it's fine to have, an architect would not put wood studs right up against a potentially wet wall or potentially wet, a wall that would get water through the CMU on it or concrete on it. So I think that's fine. I think keeping the word interior for those is good. And I guess as the architect representative on the council, I think architects are savvy enough to not or to have good envelope details.
Okay, fair enough.
Thanks, Larry.
The problem you got here is if you're going to insulate, it's better to insulate on the outside, but then you don't get the gain from where you're at when you do that. Okay, but the thing that I've got really a problem with, and part of it's with Shell's company, you go right down in Seattle and you see this massive glass wall, and you allow that. And that's worse than what this CMU wall will ever be. And you look around and we got these massive glass areas here that are just weaken out energy left and right. And you have a CMM wall here that's not even going to be anywhere near that. So how can you penalize a CMMU wall like this and allow all this glass to be done? It is not fair. It is not right. And that's extreme. I mean, if you look at the loss of all that glass, it's ridiculous. And you put a CMMU wall that's going to get gain and loss like that and hold it for hours upon hours. There's no comparison here, but yet you allow all this glass to happen. That is not equitable. This is not an equitable code. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. We're going to get to some C407 backstops for UA compliance later today. And that's, I think, where a lot of all glass buildings that have been permitted under prior codes can have a much better envelope. Nathan, go ahead.
Just because I know this is going to come up over and over again as we look at U factor table versus R value table, I just want to know, generally speaking, if one of the code officials on the call could let me know, how often are people complying by pointing at the R value table that every assembly in their building just meets these descriptions? Because I hate trying to come up with all the combinations that we can think of that should be put into this like prescriptive description table. To me, is even if you're prescriptively complying, aren't most projects just saying, yeah, we're hitting the U factors, here's the calc or table to show that we're hitting it? Are people really complying with the R value table? What is its value?
Thanks, Nathan. Anybody want to answer that, Shailesh?
It depends on how much wall you have. If you have a small component, you probably go prescriptive method. If you have large wall and you want to trade off on use a trade-off method, U method, then that's a route you choose. So it's on the designer how they want to, show that.
Okay, so you're saying there are projects that are using this table that we have on the screen right now and just saying, yep, my wall meets this description. That's my proof that I'm complying with code.
Yeah, we see that a lot for smaller and simpler buildings that people just take straight R values, and because it's easy to deal with. Anything even medium size or large, people use the UA trade-off calculation.
Well, I'm even saying prescriptive. Anyway, doesn't matter. You're telling me that people use it. That's fine.
Yep.
Thanks, Nathan. Kim.
I'm just going to reiterate what Dwayne said. We see a lot of smaller projects using the prescriptive R value tables, so I think there is value here.
Thanks, Kim. Okay, I think we're getting close to knowing what we need to know about this to have a motion on it. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve this proposal as amended, assuming that the amendments are friendly to the proponent. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve as amended.
And yes, they're friendly. And I'll second.
Thank you, Dwayne and Lisa. Just to be totally clear, we have no rules that proposed little strikers like this are friendly to the proponent or not. We don't have such rules. The tag can suggest whatever we want and make motions, and at the time we vote on motions is when we'll see if they're acceptable to the group or not. Okay, so we have a motion to approve as modified. We have a second for that. Krista, I see you're doing things. Do you need to do something before we vote? Okay.
I was just trying to make sure that it was reflected on, when we look at all of them, I have a document that has all of the changes integrated, so you can kind of compare and contrast between things,
Okay.
what's been done before.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
I heard one dissent, so we're not going to do a roll call vote on that. Let the record show that there was one dissenting vote. Okay, thank you. We are those were the three we were going to cover early. We are now back to the original agenda, which includes 206. 206 was a proposal by Greg Johnson to have the basis of the code to be site or source energy use. And as you remember, this tag voted to send that to the council for their direction. And the council voted last week 10-2, as I recall, with some specific language, and that was generally to use site, energy use, but also there was a couple other things, and I'll bring up the language in a minute. Go ahead, Greg.
Oh yeah, I was just wanted to clarify just the record real quick. The tag had voted to recommend adopting this with deferring the decision to the council that they would decide what we did, and then the council voted to send and they chose the site option, but they sent it back to the tag to massage the language and reflect that. So there's a small little nuance, but I mean, just highlighting that the tag had, if you go back to the minutes, you'll see the tag already voted to accept it. It's just, but not the final, you know what I mean, massaging the wording.
Yep, you're totally correct, Greg. We've already voted this through, but we didn't choose which option, and we sent that to the council. The council came back, and I'm going to find the language.
And you have the motion, you made the motion at the council for what the language was.
I did. So
and really why that's important is really, we've already negotiated the C-103 intent down below. It's just the two little red lines above. We just got to take the site one and modify it for the council's wishes.
Yep. So I'll read what the motion was, or what I had sent to Dustin as the motion. So the council finds that annual site energy use is most closely aligned with Washington's statutory goals and requirements. The council therefore directs the commercial and residential energy code tags to use annual metered site energy use in creating the commercial and residential energy codes generally, and not source energy use. This includes C406.1, C406.2, and C407, but not C406.3 demand management. Further, the council believes that on and offsite renewable energy per C411 should be counted at the site. The tag has freedom to accept, modify, or reject proposal 206 in its recommendations to the council. So, my suggestion would be to strike what's in gray right now. I guess the tag passed this, and the council's motion was that the tag could pass it or not pass it, but needed to comply with some things in its recommendation. So
I'm a fan of, I like documentation of what we're doing, you know what I mean? And even regardless of what the council decided the basis is, I think we should document, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm a fan of incorporating so it's very clear for future folks what the direction is.
Yep. Okay, so then I would suggest shall be one-to-one site energy consumption, comma, except C406.3 demand management, because I think it's not energy consumption at that point. It's a point of time use. And other than that, we would then strike the last two sentences of C101.3.1 because we're not. I mean, I guess we could include the carbon emissions and greenhouse gases are not considered. But I guess I don't know that we need that. I think it's just.
Well, Cheryl, was that the approved language? Carbon emissions and greenhouse is.
The council didn't give us specific language for the code. The council said what I had read, which includes site. So shoot, I should have written this out and sent it in, and I didn't do that. So I don't want to spend an hour wordsmithing this. If somebody has ready to go language, let's look at it. Otherwise, maybe Greg or I could write something up and then tackle this another time, because I think we could spend a half an hour wordsmithing this if we let ourselves do that.
Can we just put a motion to defer? That's what we could exactly do, right? Motion to defer based on wordsmithing this document for our next meeting.
Yep, I think that sounds good. Some people have their hand up, but go ahead and make the motion, Eric, if that's your.
Yeah, I make a motion to defer this based on
Postpone?
postpone this proposal to wordsmith the proposal.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, go ahead. I don't want to wordsmith it now, so let's not talk about wordsmithing. It's just if you speak to whether we should postpone it or not.
Yeah, my only comment is I agree with you that last sentence, just a reference to carbon emissions and greenhouse gases shall not be considered. I don't know if that's really necessary in code.
All right, we're not wordsmith this right now. Well, we're speaking for or against the motion to postpone.
Okay, yeah, because that's my only comment. I don't think we should be having language like that in the code at this time.
Okay. Thanks. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I agree with not wordsmithing now, and I do think that some of the language in the motion from the SBCC meeting was pretty clear, and some of that may need to be reflected in this description here. I also agree with Lisa, but I also have a question about whether or not we actually approved this and passed it on for a decision on one of these two top ones, because that might be true, but I don't recall actually approving it. I recall approving the decision to send it to the council for guidance. And so I think that when we bring this up again, we should definitely be discussing this intent language as well, because based on current rulings, potentially we should not be making those changes either and leaving it as it was.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. Go ahead, Greg.
Just to respond, so I had reviewed the record of what we actually said, and the actual was recommending adoption was what with the council deciding was what it was. So I mean but that's a moot point. And really just on the carbon emissions part, that was originally part of what Roger Haringa brought this point up at the council when it was discussed, was basically just being consistent. And then
Can you guys come here for a second?
The TSPR was the location that Chell referred to during the council meeting about where we were using carbon emissions as the basis and not site energy. And so that was merely what that was. But I mean, I think I would be an advocate was we take basically what Chell wrote in his motion from the council and we incorporate that into there. I mean, we're not going to change. I mean, the council's already decided, so we're not changing what we think it should say. We're just taking what they, you know what I mean, making the modifications right out of Chell's motion and putting it in.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, in the spirit of not wordsmithing, I'm not totally clear. What are the next steps for doing the wordsmithing? Is there a working group? Who's bringing this next week?
I think I could probably write something, and it's maybe even during a break today, write something, and then it would reflect what the council motion was. So if we postpone it till after lunch or something like that, we could probably bring it back and deal with it today if we wanted. I just don't want to wordsmith it on the fly. Go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Just wanted to point out that the motion passed by the council is slightly a bit significantly different than what the TAG voted on and sent to council, specifically that offsite renewable energy sources are considered site energy. Thank you.
Yep, that's true. Yep, okay. Well, I will work on this and send it to Krista at a break, and then we will do that. So the motion is to postpone. I would like the motion to be to postpone until after maybe our lunch break, and then we can consider this and maybe approve it today.
Did we get a second on that motion?
I thought we did. I thought Greg was a second.
Yeah, I second it.
Yeah.
Is that a friendly amendment to have it be postponed until after lunch today?
Sure.
Okay, and who's the original maker? Was that Eric?
That was me. Yep.
You good with you good?
I'm good. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Kevin, you have your hand up still?
Sorry.
No worries. All right. All in favor of postponing until after lunch, say yes.
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 Yes. Yes. Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Postpone till after lunch. I will do some writing while heating up my pasta for lunch. All right. We are on to the next one. And I did want to, I think this will come up today because we hear a lot about I-2066 a lot. So I wanted to give Dustin a minute or two to talk about I-2066, the status, and what that means for the council, or for the tag at least. So Dustin, are you?
I'm here and ready to talk a little bit about this. So everybody's been staying tuned to the challenges for I-2066. So currently the council is got some proposal windows open for folks to submit proposal to the 2021 Energy Code for both commercial and residential to make some changes to address compliance with I-2066. Last Friday, the challenge that is challenging the constitutionality of that initiative there was an issue ruling, there was a ruling issued at the bench by the judge that is going to declare that initiative unconstitutional. The key points with what has happened so far and where we're at right this moment is that while an issue or a ruling was issued from the bench, it's not effective until a written order is issued. The earliest we anticipate a written order being issued is potentially sometime today, but it's not guaranteed to happen today. And I haven't received any news that there's been any movement on that just yet. In anticipation of that ruling being issued, an appeal is anticipated as well. But until that official ruling is issued, there's nothing official to appeal just yet. So there's no movement. So what that means is I-2066 is still in effect right this moment. There's potential for appeals processes that can take a bit more time. And the last bit that I really want to state is that there's been plans laid out by the council that are kind of in action right now. and the council is going to be the ones who decide what to do in relation to this. So as of right now, the course is staying the same. We're going to keep on moving towards that I-2066 compliance until we hear about a different tack from the full council, or should an appeal process conclude very rapidly, which I don't actually expect. So if there's any specific questions on that, I'd be happy to take them now. But I just wanted to give a brief update on what the actual action has happened and what it actually means for where we're at with I-2066 today at this moment.
Thanks, Dustin. I guess the other thing is that when the court signs the decision or whatever, there could be the rule could be invalidated immediately, or the court could also have I-2066 in effect until the appeals process continues, is my understanding. So the judge could either strike it immediately or have it in effect until the appeals process concludes. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, maybe not. I wouldn't quite state it exactly the same. What I would say is that when the written ruling is issued, the judge could is anticipated to strike it immediately. Through the appeals process, there could be some caveats that would bring the effectiveness back to bear until the appeals process runs its course. So with that in mind, my desire and advice to everybody involved in the rulemaking related to this is to stay the course until we have a sure change in the stance on this one. We've laid some groundwork. It's a lot of extra work for us to do at the moment. I think it's valuable that we continue that to keep our timelines moving as efficiently as possible, and not to just stop because we anticipate a change. Just like we didn't start I-2066 rulemaking before the passage of the initiative, I don't believe it's prudent to stop making changes or stop planning to make changes in anticipation that it may or may not be held unconstitutional.
Thanks, Dustin. That's really helpful. All right, Deepa.
Oh, thank you. Just a clarification on what the last point that you made, Dustin. So I understand obviously that the council chose not to declare an emergency rulemaking for 2066. However, we were told to still be considering 2066 to be the law, even though it was in a legal process, multiple legal processes. So if the written order does strike down 2066, I don't understand why we would not treat that the same way we treated it when it was law because of the appeal process. Does my question make sense?
It makes sense. So the issue arises with, one, the council would make the decision on how we change what we're doing as far as our activity. The other part is if there is a stay on that order that is a result of the appeals process, that would bring the validity of the initiative back to bear until the appeals process runs its course. So until we get direction from the council to stop or a stay is issued on that particular thing, like right now, all the balls are up in the air, and we're not going to just stop because we're in anticipation or hoping that it'll go one way or the other. So right now, this second, I-2066 is still a valid law, and that is the advice I'll give, is to keep in the track established by the council to comply with that law.
Thank you. Can I just clarify the context of my question? I was asking what our role is as TAG members, because the council's decision on emergency rulemaking didn't apply to our way of understanding the proposals we're getting and whether they complied with 2066 or not. So for us as TAG members, don't we go by what is currently the law, not what the council decides as far as the current code, if that makes sense?
Yeah, so I mean, as far as what we're doing here today, keep on keeping on with the same method that you've been going. We do have the proposal windows open for other stuff. So a lot of the movement, in my opinion, understanding, is not going to happen, in the next week or two. So you know, it would be kind of stay the course and keep the same task as you know, the mission hasn't changed for this group as of right now.
Yeah. Okay. And I want to limit discussion on this. This is, our direction is to continue. I-2066 is still the law today. We need to continue with that. We can talk about guesses and speculations on things, and I think that wouldn't be the best use of our time. So thank you, Dustin. If there's any quick questions, go for it, but I think I-2066 is still the law today. We need to continue to work with it and let the council make the big decisions on our direction. So I really, please try and limit your questions and comments. Please, no comments. Let's just have questions, and only if they're really short, pithy, and applicable to our work today. I don't want speculation. Go ahead, Poppy.
I do have a quick clarification question, and it's not about speculation. It's just about how we're making distinctions in the change of the status. So I understand that since the written judgment hasn't been issued yet, that we would be staying the course, but I'm unclear about why we wouldn't revert once that written judgment is issued. And Dustin, are you implying that even if the written judgment is issued, you would still be waiting to see what happens with the appeal process and whether or not there's going to be a stay, and we would be waiting an undeterminate amount of time until that happens?
All
to
right,
make
this is speculation. This is exactly what I think we should avoid. We don't know.
But the ruling might happen today. Anyway, I mean, it's fine. If there is no clarification, that's fine.
We don't know the answer. So right now we will comply with, you know, the laws in effect right now. So let's do the tag work. The council will make the larger decisions on this kind of thing. All right, Larry.
Yeah, I'll be signing off, and my alternate will be taking over for me till maybe 1:30 or 2 if it's still going. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm signing off too. I'm sorry to not raise my hand for that, but I'm signing off in this.
Great.
Same
All
thing.
right, thanks.
Thanks.
Dwayne.
Yeah, would it be possible if we come up against things that are based on compliance with 2066 that we postpone those so that we don't spend time talking about something that might change by the end of the day?
So my advice on that one is that that's a speculative proposition. My advice is to stay the course, talk about it like it's still law and like we still have to do the work anyway. So to put off till tomorrow what we could do today is not a great tactic. SBCC is really struggling with its timeline to stay on track for this code cycle. And if compliance with I-2066 is a part of what we have going on, continuing to make progress in that vein will serve us well. You know, don't get me wrong, I don't want to do work that will not be necessary, but right now that work is necessary. And until it's changed and the council makes a decision, my advice is to keep on with this same track that we're moving on right now, trying to have a solution that's equitable for all parties for compliance with I-2066.
Got it. Got it. Thanks.
Great.
I just, something that people might be missing is EPCA and I-2066 kind of overlap. And so, I mean, to say, okay, yeah, we don't comply with I-2066, well, I-2066 didn't really change that much from what we already had to do with EPCA. So if we were in violation of I-2066, then we were probably in violation of EPCA. So I don't think that really changes our direction. We still kind of have to comply with statute.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, Dustin, you are off the hot seat. Thank you for.
Any questions, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to chat about it, but you know, until there's solid movement, the advice I'll give is to stay our course, and you know, we'll make discussions and plans at the full council on what happens. And you know, I think advice we'll probably get is to stay our course until things change in a more solid manner for the future. So I appreciate everybody's time here today and effort to bring this to bear on our codes. It is a tough subject. And so, you know, I know everybody's got their wants and needs on this. And so I applaud everybody for coming to the table and, you know, maintaining civility while we talk about it. I know it's a challenging topic.
Thanks, Justin. Okay, this one specifically mentions EPCA. All right, let's go through this. Jeff, you have the floor.
Thank you, everybody, and yeah, good timing, I guess, on this proposal, considering what we just talked about. So this is a proposal. We previously talked about this in previous code tag meetings, but this is the actual amendment where we're trying to change the name of the definition. So we're trying to switch from low carbon district energy systems to thermal energy networks. And that's mostly to align with industry momentum towards thermal energy networks, but also to align with the EPCA ruling, so that we just get the word carbon out of the definition there. We're not suggesting to actually change anything about the requirements of meeting that standard. So we're leaving those completely alone. We're only changing the name of the topic.
Thanks. And yeah, just clarity, we have already approved some other proposals that rely on these definitions.
Right.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can we see the proposal on the screen?
It's on the screen right now, but it's
there it is.
See most of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
I tech issue there. Thank you.
That's happened to me before too.
Can I just go ahead and make a motion to approve? This looks pretty reasonable.
Please.
I'll second that.
Motion to approve and second. Is there discussion on this? So just to be totally clear, the definition is for a word or a phrase called thermal energy network, energy exchange system. That's the name we're going to give these things.
So there's actually two different thermal energy networks that we're talking about. One is an exchange system, which would be like a more of an ambient type of like more of a geo exchange or an ocean exchange, or but using more uninsulated ambient type pipes. And then the other is for a thermal energy network heating and cooling, or heating only system. And so that would be more of like using insulated pipes. And providing an actual, direct, through a heat exchanger interface, but you're providing direct heating and direct cooling to a building.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Go for it.
Yeah, just a quick comment. So this seems pretty straightforward since this was approved already under 2025. I did a quick search on this, and low carbon district appears in the energy code 51 times. And so I appreciate that the proponent appears to have picked up all of them, but just as a general comment, perhaps to the council, is just, when we're all done with this, to do just another check to make sure there isn't, something outlying that hasn't been picked up. Make sure it's just changed everywhere.
Yep. And so I guess to that point, I see that in the definition, it's thermal energy network, energy exchange system, or thermal energy network, heating and cooling or heating only system. And then it's referred into the code as just a thermal energy network system. So thermal energy network system refers to either of those, right? Yep. So both could be considered.
Both can be considered, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is mentioned in 202, 403, 404, 406, and 407. So as I said, it's kind of throughout. So just to make sure that when we're all said and done, just do a quick check to make sure it's picked up everywhere.
Thank you, Lisa. Irina.
Just letting you guys know that I'm here. I missed the first couple hours.
Okay, thanks, Serena. Glad you're here. And yes, okay. We have a motion to approve. We have a second. All in favor? I don't see any hands up. So all in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Thanks, Jeff. Kevin.
Thank you.
Kevin, do you have a comment?
Yeah, sorry, I had my hand up late. It's not going to affect the vote, but just wanted to point out that redefining a low carbon district energy system as a thermal energy network eliminates thermal energy networks that are not low carbon, which I don't think is a problem, but it does make that distinction. So just a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, so the what makes it a low energy system is that in the energy exchange system, 25% of the heat or the net load comes from energy recovery, and a maximum of 25% of the annual comes from low efficiency sources such as fossil fuel or electric resistance.
Yeah, my concern is that there are thermal energy networks and heating only systems that don't meet those criteria, or that may not, and so those those systems now don't have a definition, which is a little weird.
So if I can, yes, what we were trying to do with this is to open additional pathways for compliance for buildings to connect to district energy systems. You're right, Kevin, that historically there wasn't really a good compliance pathway for fossil fuel district energy systems to connect buildings. And so this is a way to align district energy with the goal of the energy code and provide an alternative pathway to allowing. So if anything, we see this as opening up the opportunity for district energy.
Well, I'm all for thermal energy networks. I just think they're a different animal, and that there are heating only district energy systems that that may or may not be able to meet these requirements. I'm also not against these requirements. We certainly need to move towards low carbon systems. It's just that nuance is now lost in this definition. So, but yeah, again, I don't think that would affect the tag vote, and this will be, I'm sure, discussed at more length in the MVE and council level. So thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, and if you have any additional comments or questions, Kevin, please bring those up at those other groups. Okay, Andy.
Yeah, just one really quick comment in response to Kevin. Kevin, it's not a defined term, but there are other exceptions within the code for just conventional basic district energy systems like those other heating only type systems. There are other pathways through the code that provide them specific exceptions to code requirements and things like that. So this is just creating kind of a higher efficiency class that gets some new pathways with the code, but there are still provisions for other systems. It's just not a defined term.
That makes sense. Appreciate that, Andy. And I realize it doesn't have to be defined to exist in the world. So thanks.
Thanks. All right, we are off to 157. Lisa is up. Lisa has a lot of editorial corrections here. So Lisa, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. Yeah, the purpose of this proposal is really just to do a lot of editorial pickups on this one. And so I'll start at the top. There are several instances here where the code uses the term able. If you can scroll up, Krista. or arranged. And in both of those cases, able or arranged is kind of a vague way to kind of vague term in code. And so I'm proposing to change all those instances to configured to in the same manner that this is described in all other instances in the code. So that's the first change. Scroll down to the next one. This one is just a section rearranging cleanup. As you can see here, section C 403.9.2, it was put the water to water heat recovery. That section right now looks like it's underneath the C 403.924, but it's really its own standalone provision. And then if you scroll down a little bit further, Krista, so they can see it. There we go. And then section C403.9244, water to water heat recovery sizing. That's kind of randomly put underneath process heat recovery. So if you scroll back up, the plan here is to put it where it belongs. So you've got water to water heat recovery as a standalone provision, and then water to water heat recovery sizing goes underneath it. So that kind of tidies up this section of the code. You can scroll up. So another, you can stop there. So another one is to remove the term newly installed. I don't know what that is. And this is the only section in the code that uses that term. So I'm assuming that whoever submitted this proposal, the IECC, this is the way they describe this, but it doesn't mean anything really. And so my recommendation is just to remove that term altogether. It's not really necessary. Scroll up. And then in C402, there appears to be some section rearranging that occurred, and so I'm not 100% sure if I've got these right, but I did note that in the semi-heated spaces section, it points to C402.2.3 when I believe it should be 2.2. And then under C402.1.4.1, it points to C402.1216, which I don't think exists. I believe it's supposed to be pointing to 1.5. Hopefully that's correct. And then if you scroll down, there's a couple more like that where I'm just tidying up some code sections, and I think when we're all done with C402, we can go back and make sure that those section references are all correct. And scroll up a little bit. I think we're almost to the bottom. So stop there. So under occupant sensor compliance requirements for space types, just a recommendation that right now it says comply with section and it points generically to the lighting control section, which is not terribly useful. And so my recommendation is to actually point to the section about enclosed fire rate stairways and the section about corridors, and then to change the language for space type to interior parking areas, which actually aligns with the section title C405 to 11. And then the last one is under section C503.7.3. I believe this is an omission. This section C405.2.9 are the exterior lighting controls requirements, which was in the code before, and I think it was just omitted. And so I'm proposing to put that back in the list of provisions that would all apply in this scenario of rewiring or recircuiting. I think that's it.
Thank you, Lisa. So C405.219 is exterior lighting controls. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. Could we scroll back up to the newly installed language? I just wanted to see this because I despise this kind of language as well. Code is about new stuff, so we don't need to say new everywhere. And if it's about existing, then we spell that out. This is great, Lisa. I really appreciate you finding all these little oddities and motion to approve.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. I don't see any more hands up. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. 157 is now approved. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to dive into C407. And Dwayne, you are up first with 265. So we'll do C407 for a bit, and I'm going to work on some language for proposal 206 and send that in.
I already emailed you something, Chell, so you can review
good.
that.
Awesome. All right, I'll see you all in at 10. All right, welcome back. All right, we are going to get to the next proposal. We're going to talk about C407, and Dwayne is up with proposal 265.
Okay, this does a small thing and a big thing. The small thing is the first thing you see there that just changes the title of this section to be clearer about what exactly we're talking about. We're limiting substandard building envelope designs. We have had many of you who heard me rant about this in the past, but we're energy modeling has typically been used to make building envelopes worse as its primary function, trading off for things that perhaps the building designers were going to do anyway. And those building envelopes last for generations, sometimes centuries. And so whatever deficiencies we build into them have very long lifetimes. And as opposed to some of the things that are traded off against them, which can drift out of compliance or be changed out over time, the building envelope pretty much is locked in and doesn't change. So we've had this rule in the state that you can't use energy modeling to make your envelope any more than 20% worse than prescriptive code. And in Seattle, we've had it as a limit of 10% worse than prescriptive code. I'd wanted to make it 0, but people grabbed me by the collar and pulled me back from that edge. So this allows a little bit of flexibility, but makes it so that we're going to focus any kind of energy modeling on other things that are not going to be so long-lived. When I was looking at what this would cost, actually the difference between 20% worse and 10% worse in my little example case, I couldn't find any additional cost for those slightly more effective windows. So I called it 0, but there might be some minor cost. That's it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Andy.
Thanks for the proposal, Dwayne. One comment that I wanted to make sure to put out today is we're not quite apples to apples on what has previously been in the code, because we have pulled in the new 2024 IECC provisions on including thermal bridging components in the C40214 trade-off calculations. So I just wanted to point out that this isn't going to be apples to apples to what we've previously done, because we have this new component. I don't think many of us practitioners have too much experience with incorporating those elements to seeing how much that shakes out. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that we are also there's some proposal to make the glazing baseline allowances more stringent. So we're also kind of shrinking up. So it's not going to be kind of apples to apples with Seattle's 10%, because we're making the baseline more stringent and we have these new components. That said, I've done some high-level testing on an example wood-framed mid-rise multifamily project, adding those thermal bridging components in. And really, I mean, meeting the compliant details for most of those elements should be relatively straightforward for that building type. The only one that I'm not quite as sure is windows, and I think that's pretty straightforward for typical vinyl type windows. I'm not sure how this is going to translate out for any different construction typologies where we do have a lot of mass slabs where we've got curtain wall or window wall systems. So I can't comment there, but I just wanted to point out that when we're talking about 20% to 10%, it's not just copying Seattle's, because we're kind of in a different ecosystem with other proposals that are going on. And then, I mean, it also depends on the proposal for the additional concrete pathways. I don't really have a very good sense of exactly how this is all going to shake out, but it's a bit more complicated than it has been in the past. And I just wanted to point out there's some uncertainty with how stringent this is actually going to be for different project types.
Thanks, Sandy. Greg.
So I'm typically a really big fan of increasing the envelope. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's really where some of our great opportunities are. But then also with the points that Andy brought up, which he brought up in Poppy and his work group, and also there was some other comments that were brought up during that work group about backstops being a challenge in our code on making it more complex to comply with when we throw in all these backstops. So, I mean, both of those things I've been mulling over, and I think they're giving me pause. You know, giving me a pause. Like, are we creating more of a challenge by doing this?
I think the answer is yes. We are creating more of a challenge, and we are commanded to keep moving our code efficiency forward to get to our state goals, and this is part of that. But yeah, none of it comes easy.
I guess the other thing is, to the extent that buildings can comply with the prescriptive code, they should also be able to comply with a energy model version of the code, and instead of being 20% worse envelopes, now they can only be 10% worse envelopes if we approve this. Shailesh.
Yeah, it only adds one extra step in doing a C407 analysis that they have to add and show that it is not weaken the envelope to a level that is required by the code.
Yeah, and they would already have to do this work at 20%. It's the same amount of work to also do 10%, just from a cost of doing work perspective. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess to put a little finer point on, like, I'm very in support of provisions that strengthen building envelope requirements. I think Dwayne's totally right in the sense of, we build envelopes once, we're replacing mechanical systems every 20 years or whatever. So this is important. I do, just as a practitioner, you know, like to Dwayne's point of the simplified example of just, can you get a window that hits this prescriptive value? These trade-off calculations are quite a bit more in depth than that. And a lot of times you have to, just even to comply prescriptively with these trade-off calcs, there's fundamental deficiencies that you just literally can't meet the prescriptive requirements. Some slab edge conditions where you've got a conditioned space in the parking garage, like you can't provide a thermal break within your continuous, you know, porous slab there, but that's a penalty that you have to overcome. So these calcs are not just about hitting the prescriptive values, because a lot of times there's penalties that you have to overcome. And so it's also, you're already needing to over insulate or overperform in some elements just to get the zero prescriptive. And then anytime that you've got anything more complicated, the penalties can add up. And I do feel pretty hesitant about exactly how these thermal bridging elements being added in are going to shake out. Until I run a few of these calcs, it's just kind of hard to say if this is totally fine. and it's just going to push us for, better components, or if this is going to be challenging. I don't know if maybe, I'm sure that's not a friendly amendment, but like, could we try like 15 just to like see how things shake out? Or I don't know, maybe I just need to run some more calcs on this before the public comment period. But I just wanted to emphasize that buildings are bigger and more complicated, and there's a lot of trade, like even when you're doing a trade-off, there's stuff that you just can't do anything about that you're also offsetting. It's not just what's the prescriptive value of the different elements. That's
Thanks, Andy. I guess I'll generally ask, does anyone else run calcs that include the new psi factors and other measures that can describe how much more challenging and in terms of insulating buildings it is to do this under the prescriptive code? I guess I'm interested in that perspective as well.
Could I actually respond to that?
Please.
So for Seattle now, for a couple code cycles, we have not. We've made it clear one of those psi factors has been cantilevered concrete decks on apartment buildings, and what happened is that design teams just went to those bolt-on decks instead that didn't have the concrete cantilever as a more economical way of meeting that. And now you don't. So the code provision changed the way that people were designing the buildings, and everything has moved forward here in Seattle.
Thanks, Dwayne. Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Joel. I'm surprised, Dwayne, that you're not going for 0 here. Partly because I'm looking for some analogous language in the model code, and all I can really find is in the simulated building performance, which says you have to perform at least as well as your baseline building, not worse. And it seems like this is saying, yeah, you can be worse, and you're going to make that up in your HVAC system. Is there an additional? I guess this is prescriptive, right? So it's not.
No, this is performance.
Okay. Oh, okay. So if you're okay, let me rethink this then.
Yeah, so this is the modeling path, and this
Right.
is saying if you want to put in, so it's already in the prescriptive path. You can always choose your C406 options, and you could do envelope, you could do other things, lighting, for example. And this is saying if you model a building, most buildings have been modeled, as Dwayne says, to get more glass on the building.
Yeah.
This limits that, but as Andy brought up, some buildings are modeled because there's some thermal bridging and contiguous concrete bits that you just can't do anything about, and so there's other reasons to do it as well.
Okay, so this is in addition to other elements of the model. You're just saying the UA value can't be worse than X, and you're gonna have to make that up with efficiencies elsewhere in probably the HVAC and system and other places.
Yeah,
It
before
used
the
to be that
backstop, what some people would do is they'd go for an 80% glazed building with decent glass but not great glass, and then they would just put in a scream-in mechanical system and a great lighting system and comply.
I understand. Thank you. That makes total sense.
All right, Nathan.
Yeah, as someone who's done a fair number of C407 models, I just want to give my experience of what the impact when we first introduced these backstops, and then maybe give a sense for like what happens when you tweak them down. So, previously, before we had a backstop of 20 or 10% on the UA part, on the envelope part, you could essentially just trade off as much deficiency in your envelope as you wanted in the energy model. And it really did kind of leave things open. Introducing the 20% cap at the state and the 10% cap on the envelope sort of allowance really did mean that you did have to start looking at upgraded glazing systems and some of the spandrel details, maybe fur out more of a wall behind the spandrel components, which honestly building scientists don't always love for moisture control, but that's a side issue. But so that's kind of the good, right? If it forces the hands towards higher performance glazing systems and spandrel, but it also the knock-on effect was that we had to do a lot more insulating in spaces that maybe weren't so significant. So we really now have a lot more insulation being installed on back of house, heat protected zones in parking garages, mechanical rooms, water entry rooms, stairwells, because all of those things show up in the component performance calc. And so it's a plus and a minus, which is that I don't think there's a ton of value to all that insulation that gets added in a mechanical room that just has freeze protection heating. And now we have to, if we don't want to eat a penalty for that wall, we more or less have to insulate it like it's a regular full exterior wall. So, again, pros and cons. What I saw was both improvements in what gets specified for glazing systems, but also a lot of back of house insulation details that maybe would have been pretty minimal before are now a real pain of coordination, eating space up, and really insulating those walls. Because you don't want to waste your 10 or 20% allowance on some back of house spaces. You want to cash it in on more glass.
Thanks, Nathan. Greg.
So I like compromise. So I was going to motion that we accept this with a 15%, like Andy suggested. So that kind of is a good compromise to move it forward, but also account for some of the spaces.
Thanks, Greg. Is there a second? I am not hearing a second.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second to use 15%. Does anyone have any comments on? I see no more hands up.
Yeah, I would just say that we've been making 10% work in Seattle, and having a 5% difference is an awfully minimal step forward. If we're gonna move forward, as was just said by Nathan and others, you gotta start. This does result in more robust, better insulated buildings, and that's just what it's for.
Thanks, Dwayne. Okay, I am going to ask for a roll call vote on this one. I think this is going to attract some positive and negative votes. Okay,
And this is
roll
the
call.
amendment to the main motion, right?
Well, no, the motion is to accept the main. Was there? I don't think there was a main motion. That there was an amendment to. I think the main motion is to accept this proposal with 15 instead of 10. So this is an amendment. This is voting this thing forward to the council with 15 as the number. All right, roll call vote.
Okay. Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker, is Todd Blevins in? I don't see him on the list. Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Eric's
Brown's not here. This is Nick Massey. I'm speaking on here for the delegate, and my vote is no.
Sean Vick,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Eric Olnon,
Abstain.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Irina Sesarova,
This is Andy Burnham on behalf. Yes.
Brett Conway,
No.
Luke Howard,
No.
Marcus Furta,
No.
Deepa Sivarajan,
Deepa,
Are you
I
there,
heard
Deepa?
you. If you're here. Okay,
Okay, motion fails 3-8 with 4 abstentions.
okay, motion fails. Is there another motion on this?
Motion to accept as proposed originally.
Okay, we have a motion to accept with 10%. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm gonna do another roll call vote with 10% as the number. So we'd move this to the council with 10% as the UA limit.
Okay, Margaret,
Yes.
Wayne,
Yes.
Nick Massey,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Eric Olnon,
Abstain.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Andy Burnham,
Yes.
Brett Conway,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Marcus Furta,
Yes.
Deepa Sivarajan.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 10-1 with 5 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right, we are on to the next proposal, which is 199 Rosenberg. Was that one where we had?
I think Mike Toulouse is going to speak to this. Are you on, Mike?
Yes, I'm here. Am I all set?
You have the floor.
Okie doke, thank you. So this is a proposal, a technical support proposal from PNNL to support changes to the building performance factors and the site energy performance targets that are in C407. I'll point out that the proposed numbers in the first table, the building performance factors, are based on the integrated draft, and those may need to be updated once the final group of proposals for the new code are known. And so I'll come back to that point at the end. Give me just a second. If you've reviewed this proposal, you probably noticed that the numbers, the BPFs, sort of moved both up and down from the last cycle. There's some good reasons for this. The main one is that PNNL over the last 2 or 3 years has been working on updated methodology for calculating BPFs that's more closely aligned with the rules of Appendix G. And that work's been done in collaboration with simulation stakeholders and members of ASHRAE 90.1 to make sure that the Appendix G methodology is as robust as it can be. I'd also point out that the big difference in the healthcare BPF was due to a calculation error in the last cycle submission. The second table, the site energy performance table, this is the trajectory towards net zero building performance factors. The site energy table allows for improvements in unregulated loads as well as the use of renewables. The reductions are simply based on the state of Washington policy objectives for reaching zero site energy in 2030. And the proposal includes a graph that shows that trajectory that is the genesis of the proposed numbers. I'm sure people have questions, but BNL actually has a question for the tag. As I mentioned, the BPFs may need to be updated. And so our question would be, would the tag want us to wait and send in an update of these as a public review comment? Or do you want to wait till the end of the tag cycle when you have a better idea of what proposals are being approved, and we can try and do an update so that you can vote something out before the public review? Thank you.
I think that's a good question. And what the tag has done in the past is approve a proposal similar to this, and then know that during the CR102 public comment process, updated BPFs will be proposed, and then they'll go through a hearing and be considered by the council before final the final rules are adopted. So that's been the tag's practice in the past.
Okay.
And then Krista, could you scroll down to the rationale? I wanted to make sure that everybody saw or yeah, up to it. So the chart that's at the bottom of the screen right now, that's the rationale for one of the rationales for numbers is a line between the targets between the start year of the code and the where we are currently. I want to make sure everybody saw that. Okay, go ahead, Andy.
Oh, I think Greg had his hand up first.
I'll let you go first.
Oh, okay. I've got a question on the multifamily factors. In my experience, those factors have been, I would say, don't take a lot of effort to get to them. And can you comment a little bit on what's gone into establishing that stringency? Because based on Seattle's updated values and the values here, I think there's room on these, but I'm curious to hear what's gone into the methodology to establish them.
Sure, I'll do the best I can, and if there's specific questions, I may not be able to answer them. But generally, the process that we use for establishing the BPF factors. Remember that the BPFs represent the reduction in regulated energy between the baseline building, which is described in C407, and our prototype models, but those prototype models would have been adjusted to match the requirements in the integrated draft. So really what these represent is the level of efficiency from a fixed baseline building to what the requirements in the integrated draft are. And so I'm not familiar with the specifics of what was included in the integrated draft as they specifically relate to multifamily. But you know, we didn't do anything specific. It's the numbers are reflective of what the proposed code would require.
Thanks, Michael. Andy, did you have a further question? If not, Greg.
I was going to move to accept this, but with consistency with what we've done in the past, that we would defer the final numbers based on when we do our calculations, and it happened at the same time as we do the calculations for the prescriptive path as we do for this performance path, and have P&L do those.
Thanks, Greg. We have a motion to accept this. Is there a second?
Second, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion to accept this with some caveats that Greg put in, with the assumption that this will be updated based on approving a package of code proposals that will change the numbers potentially somewhat. Okay, all right. All in favor of the motion to approve, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you,
Mr.
Michael.
Chair.
We are off to another Jeff proposal.
Hey guys, this one should be quick. This is just like we talked about how we approved the definition name change, and now this is just making sure that it gets applied to all of the different areas in the code that have it. So this is just the C407 section changing the name.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Here we have a motion to approve and we have a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, thank you, Jeff. Motion is approved. 226 is now sent on to the council. We are going, next one is 283 Andrews. This is on C407 as well. Larry, you have the floor if you are.
Larry is out until 2 o'clock.
Okay, we will skip this one then and go to next one is 179 Conway.
Very good.
So Brett, you have the floor.
Very good. So this is related to buildings that have a component of the space that's labeled as semi-heated space. So it's like freeze protection only. And currently the standard is that, well, it would also have an occupancy that might be like an office that would be fully conditioned. So this is directed at the wall between the fully conditioned and the semi-heated space. And the standard is today is that wall needs to be seen as if it is an exterior wall and treated as such. And so the proposition here in the proposal is to acknowledge the thermal differences of an inside wall that is interfacing with a semi-heated space with no solar loads, no wind loads, and an ambient temperature somewhere around 45 degrees. So this suggestion indicates a different thermal performance criteria for that. And it's really, in essence, removing the continuous insulation on that wall. This is not a wall that's facing to the exterior. That's still normal exterior envelope standards, but this is just a wall, a common wall between semi-heated and fully conditioned. And so Lisa offered up a suggestion, a friendly amendment to take the same effect here with this approach and move it out of creating new lines in the table to be text-based addressing of the the effect. So the red is duplicating the same effect, but without adding new lines to the table.
Thanks, Brett. Lisa, do you want to speak?
Yeah, so and thanks very much for the proposal, Brett. So my recommendation, and again, it's kind of in the same spirit of what I mentioned before about not adding rows to these tables for conditions where the insulation requirements would not apply. So I sent this recommendation to actually capture this in the body of the provision and then not make those changes to the table. Did I summarize that right, Brett?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's the recommendation is as a friendly amendment to the original proposal.
Thanks, Lisa. And the example I heard was of a manufacturing facility with a small office within it. And how do you insulate between the ceiling of the office, the walls of the office from the rest of the semi-heated space, or maybe it's a warehouse or something like that.
Yes.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm curious what the current code would require you to do. Does it require insulation to the level of as if it was an exterior space? Exterior.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it'd be like R19 with 2 inches of rigid on the outside to do the CI. And the lid, sometimes these office spaces don't touch the roof, and so the lid would have R38, just like the lid of the building. So you could have a building with R38 within a box, and its requirement would be for R38 for the lid of the box.
Gotcha. Thank you for that.
And I can't see does the proposal show that this has been removed from the table? Krista?
No, I didn't touch the table one, but
I see.
and show it on yours is.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I like this because if you've got an enclosed, fully conditioned space inside a semi-heated space, it's just like that's in a much milder climate zone. Having the full exterior insulation values was always a little peculiar. So this is a welcome addition.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Nathan.
Lisa, maybe you could explain a little bit more why you don't like adding rows, because I think the rows are much more clear than endless footnotes or text buried in paragraphs.
Sure. Part of it is especially when you've got details where it's not applicable. Again, we're trying to stay with the model code. We've heard a lot of feedback about designers coming in from out of state, digging into the new code, and now they're looking at this table, and if we just keep adding row after row for every unique condition, this table is really going to get, I mean, this is not the only proposal that recommends changes. If you take all of the proposals that have been submitted for this code cycle to add specific conditions like this, where there's either a requirement or there's no requirement at all, we would be adding, I think it's 8 more rows for those unique conditions. And it just feels like those unique conditions could be handled and put in more appropriate locations. So for this particular case, if we're talking about a semi-heated space, put the requirements in the semi-heated space section instead of cluttering the table with that specific condition. So folks can have a different opinion about that, but that's my thought, is that just to try stay close to the model code as we can in this particular section.
Thanks, Lisa. Go ahead, Charlotte.
So I think a model code doesn't have a semi-heated space. And So if we try to stay away from adding more stuff to semi-heated space, it makes it easier. Then we are making more complicated, more lines, more addition, more changes for semi-heated space.
Okay, it seems like a lot of people like this idea, but whether we put it in the table or not seems to be the part of the crux of the issue. So there's not really a way to look for nods or anything like that with everybody's cameras off. So I guess if people like it, make a motion to include it as in the Lisa version with text, but not table changes, or someone could make a motion in the original fashion, which is table changes. The original text, I think, has, I don't know the word as in, is a good code language. So if somebody made that motion, I think we'd want to do something about that. But I'd like to hear a motion in one direction or another, or further discussion.
This is Brett. I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the text as proposed by Lisa, the friendly amendment to mine.
Okay, as with in Lisa's friendly amendment and not the table modifications.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Shailesh. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the Lisa modification of the proposal with no table changes, but text changes. I see no more hands up. All in favor of this approval?
Point of order, is Poppy still in?
I'm here.
Then Shailesh as a alternate would not be able to second a motion.
Okay. Thank you, Krista. All right, so I think Brett made the motion. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have multiple seconds. I see no more hands up. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We thank you. That was good. And thank you, Lisa, for your diligence in finding another way to do it. Okay, Conway, Brett, you have another one, 171.
Very good. My table speaking all about semi-heated spaces. This is one directed at a condition where the owner and applicant elects to use electric-based heating for the semi-heated space. So this is a real-world situation that the current code has effectively achieved. And so if an owner elects to put in heat pumps to heat the space, it puts the energy consumption of the space over the 8 BTUs, which then forces it out of it being within the category of a semi-heated space, therefore triggering full insulation of the semi-heated exterior wall. So a warehouse today is, let's say one version of it is a tilt-up construction. And if an owner elects to use heat pumps, it triggers them to fully insulate, hundreds and thousands of square feet of wall because of the choice to use heat pumps. So this particular proposal suggests an option that it's an exception that if the applicant comes in with a electric-based heating solution or a non-fossil fuel-based heating solution, that energy consumption of the semi-heated portion of the building does not count in the calculations.
And the issue I think you're bringing up is that what we're talking about is the output capacity of the heating appliance. And what the energy code is usually interested in is the input energy use. Is that correct?
Semi-heated buildings need to be between 3.4 4 BTUs per hour per square foot and no higher than 8. And so if the project uses electric-based heating for the semi-heated buildings, we go over the 8. So it's no longer in the definition of a semi-heated space.
So, okay.
Fully conditioned space.
Thank you. So I guess one approach would be to use the input energy into the system. Another one would be, I think, exception 1 right now, it talks about fossil fuels, and I think that's probably going to get us into trouble. But if we said a heat pump would work, that might be better, because then we're saying if you use an efficient appliance or an appliance with a COP of over a certain amount, then maybe that's an exception. But the exception still doesn't cap the the total energy use of the heating appliance. So I think that's a bit of a challenge. Anyway, just identifying challenges, other people can help solve them. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I'm strongly opposed to this. We have this semi-heated space that is for spaces with really very small amount of heating in there, and it allows them to not insulate the walls. And this would say you could have, as far as I can tell, as much electric heating as you wanted, and it still you would never have to insulate the walls. This is definitely, no matter how you interpret it, a rollback in our code stringency and going the wrong direction.
So Dwayne, I brought up that it didn't have a limit from 8, but if the limit was 12 or some other number.
Well, why not make it 50? I mean, we have for decades had this be the limit for what is called a semi-heated space. I think it corresponds with national definitions that are similar, and there's no need to backslide.
Well, I guess my point is that electric resistance has a lot of input energy and is 100% efficient. But if you have half the input energy because you're using a heat pump.
But this is not about input energy. This is about BTUs that you're putting out into the space, and what it would allow, say, even if you did use a heat pump, it allows just unlimited amount of heat, and would make the whole definition of semi-heated meaningless.
Yeah, and I guess I was saying, well, what if you included a limit, like now you're at 12 if you use a heat pump or something like that?
Well, that sounds like you're proposing an amendment.
I'm putting out ideas for. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, like Dwayne said, I mean, this moves us way backwards, and our goals for energy efficiency. And regardless what the heating source is, they need to insulate. And we already dealt with that with Dwayne. Already had some good proposals on dealing with it. So I'm going to motion to disapprove this proposal.
Second.
There's some
we have a motion to disapprove. We have a second for it. Greg, do you want to speak?
It moves us backwards. I mean, exactly what Dwayne said.
Thanks, Greg. Kevin.
Yeah, I'm wondering, could we see the original language, not of the proposal, but of the code that you had up a minute ago? Appreciate you juggling all this, Krista. So what I'm wondering is, and maybe this is a different direction than the proponent is considering, but and we may have talked about this with Dwayne's proposal as well. If you have a space that's too small to meet the 8 BTU per square foot with a single piece of equipment, did we already deal with that?
We already have exceptions for low BTU hours in the other.
That's right.
B403, we already have that covered.
Okay, so I was just trying to figure if there's value in adding a provision here, but I'm backing away from that. So I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, so when the 21 code was enacted and with the removal of fossil fuels as a potential heat source for semi-heated spaces, warehouse buildings were excluded from the cost benefit analysis. So nobody had an opportunity to see the cost impact of this in the triggering of basically of a different energy source for heating, as well as the thermal insulation requirements to semi-heated buildings. So in some ways, you're right, it may be classified as going backwards, but it also is adjusting to the reality of the impact of the 21 code, where this one was brought into the code. Seattle had it in the 18 code, but for the state, it was in the 21. So it was a significant impact that was never evaluated at the time. The insulation aspect.
Thanks, Brett. Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to understand the purpose of the change. And so is this specifically just, we're talking about taking whatever capacity that goes into a semi-heated space, and if it's the specific system type is used, then it doesn't have to comply with the definition of a semi-heated space? Or is this, see, I was thinking this applied just based on your description to like the C406 calculations in that thing. So again, I'm looking for maybe a little bit more definition on what's the scope of this. I understand the language appears to be a blanket exception, which I agree with other folks.
Yeah, I'm totally see the value in having limits to this language and entertain some ways to put boxes around it. It's the with the impact of doing all electric heating, and if it's a heat pump solution, there's a cost hit for that and a benefit for the environment. And then there's another cost hit for having to fully insulate the building. You know, these buildings tend to be from 10,000 square feet to 1 million square feet. So it's a significant hit on an overall project. So that's, there's a cost impact and being impacted, involved throughout the community that does warehouse and semi-heated building.
Go ahead, Greg.
Just one last thing. I mean, yeah, there might be a cost impact, but we have stringent targets we got to hit. So, I mean, just doing a carve out because of costs, you're not going to hit the target. So,
Thanks, Greg. Okay, the motion is to disapprove this proposal. All in favor of disapproving this proposal, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, we're gonna do a roll call vote because I heard, I think 3 no's, but we will do a roll call vote. A yes vote is to disapprove this proposal. A no vote is to consider it in further motions.
Eric, I'm going to turn over my vote to Eric.
Yep, I'm
Is
back.
that Nick?
Thanks, Nick.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's do a roll call.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
And just to make clear, a yes vote is to disapprove the proposal.
Correct.
Yep.
Kim Barker, doesn't look like she's back yet. Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
No.
Sean Big,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Abstain.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Bobby Storm,
Yes.
Eric Olnon,
Eric, I didn't hear you if you said something.
No.
okay, Lisa Rosenow,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
Brett Conway,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Marcus Furta,
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
motion carries 9-3 with 4 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. This proposal is disapproved. We are on to the next one, which is a 261 Andy.
Yeah,
Does-
thank you. So this proposal is to provide an additional exception to insulation requirements similar to another one that's proposed elsewhere for electric utility vaults. This is to provide a similar exemption for stormwater or fire pump water detention vaults. It's pretty difficult to oftentimes there is a condition space above these water retention vaults. Typically the fire pump room is over top of the tank, which is typically just a sealed concrete box essentially. And it's really difficult to insulate the floor of that condition space because that would require either constructing a separate kind of secondary concrete lid to put the insulate above it, or it would require putting insulation exposed to essentially very high humidity open body of water, which especially if it's a fire tank vault, obviously any insulation going into that water and clogging a pump would be extremely problematic. And also these vaults are typically below grade. They're a large volume of water that's not regularly turning over, so it's a relatively stable temperature. It's not like a typical unconditioned space in a parking garage or something like that where it might be transferring 24 to 30 degree air during winter conditions. It's going to be a relatively stable temperature. So I think this is one of those instances where there's limited value to the insulation that we're providing and high complexity and cost. I do believe that Lisa might have had a friendly amendment to, rather than adding it as a row in the table here, move the language as an exception to the floor over unconditioned space section of the code, which I would support those amendments.
Yep, and then we just approved 261, which adds a row to the table for a concrete slab directly above a stormwater. No, concrete slab floor.
Oh, we haven't.
Utility vault, didn't we?
Oh, yeah, I think there was 2 proposals that addressed it, and yeah, I think we've already looked at one of them.
So we already added a line to the C4 2.2.1 or to some table. We could add to that line with this one, just include it in the same line, or we could, I guess, move both to an exception somewhere if we thought that was a better path. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andy. This is a great proposal. I just want to say, I wanted to give a quick constructability just overview to the tag team. Andy's 100% right. These vaults, and especially the fire vaults, the fire tank vaults, and anything that's related to the fire pump, they're high humidity environments. They're going to maintain a temperature, a very stable temperature, especially the ones with the tank. And over time, that insulation is going to fail and it's going to become a mess. It's just a reality. You know, it might not happen in 2 years, but I can guarantee you in 8 to 10 years that insulation is going to be beat up, and it's going to cause more issues than what it's worth in the beginning. So again, just an overall constructability item to Andy's proposal.
Thanks, Eric. Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we approved Dwayne's proposal that put the row or put this detail inside the table. And I'm proposing a friendly amendment to Andy's proposal to actually not put that in the table and put her the condition that she's describing, have that be put over into, what's the code section again? I'm sorry, I'm juggling multiple things at the same time. What was the code section again, Andy? Oh, here we go.
Sorry, I'm pulling it up right now as we talk. Sorry about that.
So I wanted to have it in front of me and I don't. I have too many things in front of me here. Let's see. It was. Shoot, where'd that go? Yeah, it was for floors over unconditioned space. I'm just looking for the code section.
I found it here. It's C402.2.3.
Right. Yeah. So, and there's another proposal as well that offers a similar scenario. Again, it's a unique condition, and it feels that these are details that would be better captured as an exception to section C402.2.3 versus adding them as a row in the insulation table.
Okay, Lisa or Andy or someone, do you want to come up with code language that would fit under C402.2.3 as a modification of the proposal we're considering right now?
Yes,
Or do we have that language right now?
We do. I'm looking
Okay.
for it now. Here we go. Let's see.
Yeah, you sent me a proposal, Lisa, and I'm good with your if that's what you're proposing, the concrete slab floor directly over stormwater fire pump detention vault as the added exception.
Yeah.
So do you have that language?
Lisa, did you send that one to me as well?
I don't think I did. Let me see. I have the one for 221. Let's see. I'm getting there. There we go. Yes, I can forward this to you right now.
Okay, and then I guess if we did this, would we want to put Dwayne's exception for being over transformer rooms in this same exception? It would seem like it would want to go there.
And I'll consider that a friendly amendment after the fact to the.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable because it's not changing stringency, it's just changing location.
Right.
Right, and I would also, proposal 221 tackles the identical condition, Dwayne, that your proposal does. So, and that one is from Lindsay Gott.
That is next.
That's next, right?
So let's consider this one, and then 221 could consider modifying, consider adding language to this, I think.
Yeah, and I just sent language to Krista. The language is
Okay.
Yeah, concrete slab floor directly above a stormwater or fire pump detention vault. That's the exception language.
Okay. And then we would add transformer room or whatever the specific language was in Dwayne's. Greg, go for it.
Yeah, I was just so I mean I agree this is necessary. You know, I mean it's impractical to provide insulation, but I'm just wondering. So transformer room, usually the transformer provides heat because I mean it's giving off heat, and so you're actually heating the basement when it's below. Versus a stormwater, you're probably losing more heat because there's no heated device down below. Wondering because of that, would it make sense to have an energy credit? So if someone wanted to optionally say, "Well, shoot, I'm not going to insulate the underside of the floor, of course," but what if they wanted to put insulation on top of the concrete suspended slab and then put a little topper on top of that? Would there be worth to make an energy credit to do that? Is an optional?
It's a really small area as far
Okay.
as creating a credit, and it creates some constructability weirdness to have the surfaces be separate.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
thinking of the last one I did, and it was 3-hour rating, and it'd be you'd have a drop slab in that case, and it just seems like not to bring embodied carbon into this, but embodied carbon would not be worth it in terms of the energy saved. Would be
Okay.
my guess.
That makes perfect sense just to leave it as is.
Okay. All right.
One last thing, would it make sense to say utility vault as like, or you know, I mean, put that in there saying transformer or utility vault?
Yeah, Dwayne had good language, and I didn't. I'm thinking of transformer vault, but there's I think other.
Yeah, and
Electric utility vault.
Yeah, utility vault is perfect. Electrical utility vault.
And that's actually because I think they're two different things, right? I mean, we could put it all into one, but Krista, I just sent you an email with would be like a second exception. So it'd be an exception for stormwater and fire pump detention vaults, and then exception for electric utility vault. You could have them two exceptions, or you could hold it all into one. Might be
But-
cleared out too.
Why would they need to be separate? I guess.
I would recommend keeping them separate. One is you do have air moving through. The other is filled with water. I do think they're generally pretty different. I'd recommend keeping those separate.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would say, Krista, sorry, we're doing things on the fly. I would add the same language is exempt from the opaque envelope insulation requirement to both exceptions.
Yep.
And that takes care of both proposals.
Awesome. So then if somebody made a motion, the motion
I would like to make a motion to accept this proposal with the amended language as is on screen.
I'll second that.
Yeah, and it's understood that the motion maker also intends that this modify previously accepted proposal that put this in the table to now take it out of the table and put it just in this exception.
That is correct, Shell.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second for it. We have the language on the screen. And this will take both this one and the previously one out of the table. We keep our tables clean. All right. All in favor of the motion say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay. Thank you. That was good, quick, on the fly work. Thank you, especially Andy and Lisa. Okay, that approved 261 Burnham. We are now to 221 Gaunt. That's about the same or has similar subject. So is the proponent in the room?
Yes, I am here.
All right.
And yeah, like we've been kind of discussing, mine is very similar to what we've already approved. It presents 3 envelope conditions, the first one being slab penetrating thermal envelope. And the second 2, I believe, have already been addressed in Dwayne's proposal: concrete wall, penetrating thermal envelope floor, and a concrete floor above a utility vault. So if those are already approved, I'll just talk about the slab penetrating thermal envelope.
Please.
Yeah, okay, so the slab penetrating the thermal envelope usually kind of exists in the parking garage, where a conditioned space, like electrical room or elevator lobby, is surrounded by unconditioned space. And because of the continuous concrete pour, we can't insulate the slab that surrounds those spaces, making it a structural liability to try to add insulation. So my proposal is to amend the U factor table to have a different U value allowance for those locations. And I know currently we're kind of on the movement of not adding items to that table. So I would be open to adding an exception to C402.2.8, above grade exterior concrete slabs, and just adding an exception for slab penetrating thermal envelope there.
Would this be, you said it was only applied to like below grade elevator lobbies. Wouldn't it apply also to above grade, like balconies in a concrete situation or something?
It would apply to a situation where there is a continuous concrete pour that separates a conditioned space from an unconditioned space.
So if somebody had a cantilevered concrete balcony, it would apply there, for example.
True. Could add the exception of concrete balconies don't apply here.
Yeah,
Or
include
include the language that it must be an interior space.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I can't give a constructability overview of the, I know the balcony and that is a very sophisticated detail that I think Dwayne Johnlin has reviewed in previous codes, and having a thermal break there. But you're absolutely right, Lindsay. It on a continuous pour to get a somehow a thermal break between a non-conditioned and conditioned space is extremely difficult. It's an extremely difficult. I wish a structural engineer could actually, if we did add a structural engineer in here, could speak to that specific condition. So again, just from a constructability, it makes total sense. I don't know, again, there's different conditions where it would be better to have that insulation there. But yeah, putting a thermal break in a continuous pour is not, sometimes it's not even feasible. So just leave that there with the group. I would like to refrain from the structural slab though issue for external balconies. I think Dwayne or someone else in this group could speak to that.
Dwayne, do you want to respond to that?
Well, you're right. I'm just not comfortable with this proposed language, and I don't really have the time right now to try to make it work for the limited condition that was proposed by Lindsay, to not have it end up impacting a number of other conditions where we don't want this to happen. So I think I'm not ready to vote in favor of whatever this is that we've got left over, and without understanding that all the different situations it could apply to. But yeah, you're right. You got the structure of a building around all the shafts and stuff, and those are usually shear walls connected into the slabs, and you can't stick a piece of insulation in there.
But this would still suggest that you need R10 or U.1.
Yeah,
in those locations, right?
That's a great point, Shell. It would be a NR if in a perfect world, in my opinion. But again, I'll let the other tag members respond to that.
You have a below grade elevator lobby that is heated, and you obviously have a slab above and below it.
Yeah.
and a thermal break in there. And you could use your UA calculation to kind of get around that. But this still requires R10. So, okay, Nathan, go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, Lindsay's original proposal, it was essentially a U factor that reduces but does not eliminate the penalty of this condition in a UA calc. Similar to how mass transfer deck is handled. You can't really insulate that either, but we just kind of have a relaxed U factor that we compare to in the baseline on the component performance calc. So it's a little bit arbitrary about how much penalty do we want to eat, or should we just say there should be no penalty for this condition that you really can't insulate? Lindsay, I can't remember, where did the 0.1 come from?
That is taken from the Seattle Energy Code.
Okay, yeah.
Does the Seattle Energy Code have this line in the code?
It does. I don't know the backing of that.
We're talking about, when that went in, there's, when you got shear walls and columns and stuff poking down between the insulated floor, insulated space above and the uninsulated or the unconditioned garage below, that we made it so you can calculate whatever's going on in there.
So it sounds like there's more language in the Seattle Code around the limitations on this.
Yeah, the footnote L that I've added below, value applies to continuously poured slab that crosses between conditioned and unconditioned interior spaces, I believe was supposed to limit it so that it doesn't apply to those balcony conditions.
Right.
Well, I guess. I mean, a balcony crosses the line between conditioned and unconditioned. Oh, interior spaces.
Interior.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. Okay. All right, let's hear it. Nathan, go for it.
Just to finish off my thought though, when it's in the U factor table, it kind of makes sense. Like, okay, maybe we have some sort of not full exception, but reduction to penalty. It's a little bit harder maybe to put that into the length, if we're getting away from adding lines to the table where it has a specific target. If we put it in as an exception, are we saying it's just accepted, like there's no requirement, or are we saying the exception is there's a relaxed U factor for this condition? That starts getting a little weird to me to try to put it in the paragraph form as opposed to the table form. I'm done with my comment.
Thanks, Nathan. I would love for someone to look up the Seattle Code and tell us if this is the exact same thing with the same exceptions and limitations or not. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, this is just organizational thing. So the row in the table that we see on the screen about electric utility vault, I think in the last proposal in, what was it, 261, we moved that to an exception, and then Dwayne accepted that as a retroactive amendment. So Chris, Dave, that particular row on the table, I believe, has been tackled, but just want to make sure Lindsay's comfortable with that being struck and that it's being addressed in another way.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
Well, I just wanted this discussion a lot of it has been about a heated elevator lobby, and the elevator lobbies that I designed, we didn't heat, we just enclosed them. So I'm not even sure if it's an issue that matters that much.
They're almost all conditioned now, Dwayne. We put tempered air, ventilation air into them. We can't hit the low BTU per square foot allowance.
Thanks, Dwayne. Shailesh.
I think if we put this as an exception and let people, rather than people using prescriptive method, they are forced to go to UA calculation just for a little area. The other thing is, if we allow this as an exception with the condition that they have to take additional credit, somehow achieve additional credit of certain number, and that will take care of energy code, energy conservation part. Thank you.
Thanks, Shailesh. The column above the gray right now, or the row above the gray right now, was that approved as part of an earlier proposal? Or is that slightly different than what we approved earlier? Thought we approved something. I'm looking it up.
I believe Dwayne had it in his 264 proposal.
Yeah, so if we have that, then why don't we strike that out of this one, just so that we don't have to deal with it later. Strike that out of this proposal so that we don't end up having to deal with it later. Okay, so now we're talking about whether this slab penetrating thermal envelope wall 0.10, with the exception or with the limitation that it only is when it crosses the thermal boundary between conditioned and unconditioned. Is that a good code change? Do we want to approve that? So I feel like we've had a good discussion. I think one option would be to approve it, another one to deny it, another one is to have the proponent come back with more cases of where this applies or not. Because there's been some discussion of whether it applies or not. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I think this is an important proposal, and those types of conditions for the elevator lobby, the water entry room where we can't get the heaters under the 8 BTU or 3.4 BTU per square foot limits. This kind of ties back into my hesitation about the 10% UA allowance. And if we can figure this out, a way to carve out those specific kind of fundamental penalties, I think that really it makes the code more effective. So I mean, I would support spending a little time figuring out how to specifically address those conditions in a way that isn't, opening Pandora's box with balcony edges and things like that. So I'm not sure that we've got time to do it here. I would support maybe a side working group to develop some language and kind of flesh out all the different scenarios. I think this is a really important part of the way these UA calculations work.
Okay, and it was pointed out that it was between conditioned and unconditioned interior spaces that changed. That means it's not necessarily balconies. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, the footnote M that you see here is verbatim from the Seattle code, except that the word no should have been not on that first line of it. The footnote L is the new one that would go into here. And just listening to this discussion, I'm inclined to, I'd like to move to approve.
Thanks, Dwayne. Do we have a second?
I'll second it. This is Nathan.
I couldn't find I'll second it too.
Okay, a second and a third. All right. I see no more hands up. Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yeah.
Any opposed say no. Okay, thank you. We approved this one, and I took it as adding a line to the table because I think that's probably the better way to do it rather than having an exception. Okay, we are off to 295, Lisa.
Excuse me. Thank you. Wait till the proposal's on the screen. It would be my yeah, this is my revised proposal, I believe. Okay, so the purpose of this proposal is to remove what is essentially a installation requirement out of a footnote and into the table. So there's some situations where it makes sense to take it out of the table, like for no requirement, but if there is a requirement, the requirements should be in the table. That's to be consistent. So in this particular case, we're talking about joist framing, floors. And so there's a footnote E that sets the requirement that for steel joist floor systems, they have to be insulated to R38 plus R10 CI. And so I'm proposing to move that into, and you just scroll back up so we can kind of see both tables, Krista, perfect. To C402.13. So it's clear that for steel joist framing, the requirement is R38 plus R10 CI. And then taking into consideration the U factor that was in the table originally, which was a 0.029, steel joist framing insulated to R38 plus R10 CI, that's actually a U factor, an equivalent U factor per ASHRAE of actually a 0.024 and versus 0.029. And so I actually coordinated with Nathan Miller on this one to try, because he has a very similar proposal. Whereas like, how can we kind of level this all out so that the joist framing requirements for both U factor and for R value are more equivalent? And so by increasing the for joist framing for all other from R30 to R38, that equates to a U factor of 0.026. So these values all now generally correlate together so that we don't have one joist framing assembly that's far more stringent than the other one. And it's clear what applies for the two different types, which is steel joist versus any other type of joist. That's the gist.
Thank you, Lisa. Are there thoughts or comments on this? And there's also the elimination of the exception E, or which Lisa mentioned. So it basically brings the exception to the table, as was mentioned. So go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm definitely in favor of this. I don't like things being in footnotes when it's a clear assembly that could be in the table. So I like moving it up here. It does even things out. It does slightly increase the stringency of code compared to the allowance of R30 for the wood joist before bumping it up to R38. And I would say that if we decide to pass this, I would withdraw my proposal 215, which covers a lot of the same ground.
Okay. Does it really increase stringency, or does it just put the
Well,
exception in the table?
it depends whether you think that which is the true performance requirement. Is it the U factor table, and we do our best to make the R factor table match it? Is that the true
okay.
value we're trying to hit, or is the R value table the true code that we are trying to back the U factors to hit? It's a chicken and egg question.
Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. Other comments or thoughts on this one?
Yeah, this is Lisa again. I was just going to say that that's what was strange about this, that the U factor requirement of 0.029 and the footnote requirement for steel joist framing they were so different if you consider the resulting equivalent U factor for steel joist, so that's what we're trying to do, is we're just trying to kind of level it all out.
Lisa? Anyone want to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second to approve as written. Nathan, you still have your hand up? All right. I'm not seeing any more hands up. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Lisa, for that. We are on to 255 and 256. 255.
Can we just formally withdraw my 215 at this point? It basically is the same ground we just covered.
Yeah, please. Thank you. 215. Okay, so 255. 255 is Kevin Rose. Is anyone covering today, or Kevin, are you here?
Yep, I'm here. I was just waiting
Okay.
for the screen to come up and for Chris to grab her notes and get situated.
All right.
All right. So hi everyone, this is Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. If you were on the last tag call where I presented on some lighting related changes, the majority of what I'm doing here is similarly inspired, where I'm seeking to take the latest and greatest of what has been vetted through the national model code process and bring it here into Washington, a smidge early. Or actually, in the case of this proposal, I think we're actually a little late to pick this up. So we're actually picking up stuff that is already in the national model codes in this proposal. So this proposal is the first of a couple for me. This was focusing on slab insulation. There are unheated and heated elements to this. For the unheated slabs, those changes perfectly align with what is in IECC for the Climate Zone 5 and Marine 4. That actually goes back, I just looked at this morning, to the 2021 IECC. So I think we're actually behind in picking this one up. So if nothing else, please strongly consider updating those items so that we're fulfilling the minimum goal that we're pushing for here. And then on the heated slab side, this one is less clear cut as to how to take the latest and greatest from the national codes, because ASHRAE 90.1 and IECC and current WSEC for that matter all take slightly different approaches to the balance between perimeter and under slab insulation. I put R20 here, and I think I did so likely errantly. I probably meant to just increase the perimeter insulation and leave the under slab insulation as it was. So definitely open to amendments to bring that R20 down to say R15, or just do R15 on the perimeter and leave R10 to the entire slab. But that would be a case where we're basically left without a singular model code standard for which to shoot for. So we'd be sort of using some judgment to decide what would put Washington, at the same level as that latest model code level. For those who might have read this code proposal very, very closely, I did have some typos in my economic justification section. The formulas and stuff are all right, but the number 0.005 per square foot should be 0.007. That's the number that you get to at the end there. But I had a copy paste error because I did this one after another one. So apologies for that. But yeah, that's my introduction for this proposal.
Thank you, Kevin. Dwayne.
Yeah, Kevin has already heard me carping about this one, and note that it would require a parallel change to the table C402.1.4 for the F factors for those slab edges. But it's a weird thing about the physics of this, that building up more insulation doesn't actually help, because the heat flow is around underneath. And so I'm looking at a table now that this is from ASHRAE 90.1 for 24-inch deep insulation. Going from R10 to R15 only lowers your F factor from 0.54 down to 0.52. So you've had a 50% increase in insulation and a 2% decrease in heat flow. So I think that this is one that the national standards got wrong, and and probably not the best use of money. I'd love to see a mandatory under slab insulation for everything, but that would be a different proposal.
Thanks, Dwayne. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. And thanks, Kevin, for your proposal. So for the unheated slabs, the values that are included in this proposal, regardless of Dwayne's comments, I understand that's a different topic. I'm just talking about getting the tables aligned. We did in the 2024 integrated draft adopt the IECC F factors for unheated slab floors. So we adopted 0.052 and 0.051 for all other in group R. And if we left it as R10, then the R value table would be less stringent than the U factor table. So at minimum, since we already adopted the IECC language for F factors, then it seems appropriate to align the R value table so that they're equivalent. And then with regards to the proposed change for heated slabs, regardless of which way we go with this, whether it be R20 perimeter and then keep it R10 under slab, we'll need an F factor that aligns with what's in the R value table. And so I just did a quick check in ASHRAE 90.1 2022, and there is an assembly for R20 perimeter and under entire slab, and the resulting F factor for that would be 0.0373. So that is a verified value that's available in ASHRAE. So if we kept it as R20, if we didn't make this proposed change on the screen, then it would be important to make sure that that change be made over in the U factor F factor table. So an F factor of 0.0373 would be the equivalent.
Thanks, Lisa. I'm looking up the F factor table right now.
Yeah, it'd be helpful perhaps, Krista, if you could put the model code table C402.1.2 on the screen so that folks could see what I'm referring to. Yeah, it'd be C402.1.3. That's the U factor F factor table. Yeah, a little bit further up. We're looking for the table above. Oh, I'm sorry, 1-2. My mistake. Yeah, so you see how it says under unheated slabs. I don't know why it's not shown as changed. Perhaps because it's the integrated draft, but the integrated draft right now shows an F factor of 0.52 and 0.051, and that is an equivalent of R15 perimeter and R20. So that row in Kevin's proposal would align with the current code for F factors. But the heated slab values would have to change depending on what the tag decides for the heated slab insulation requirements in the R value table.
And isn't that amazing for that condition going from the R15 to R20, you just get that 1%. It's like little tiny bit of heat loss reduction.
Yeah, for heated slabs, it makes sense if you go from an R10 perimeter and fully under slab, it's 0.055. But if you go to an R20, which is what Kevin's proposal originally showed, then you go to ASHRAE, that would be an equivalent F factor of 0.0373, which is a pretty big change.
Right. If you're gonna mandate going to
R20, yes.
For heated slab.
For heated slab, yes. So for heated slab, it's a much bigger impact than for unheated slab, which only
Because
requires.
then you have that insulation wrapping the whole bottom of the envelope, instead of the unheated slab, which just allows the heat to flow under the foundation and back up to the surface.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused. You keep saying 0.0373 and 0.055 and 0.51.
That's habit, sorry, 0.5.
Okay.
0.52 and 0.51. And then an equivalent for the heated slab, if the R20 was adopted, would be 0.373, not with the 0. So if the original proposal was approved, that would be my recommendation, that we add an equivalent F factor to align with the change to R20.
I think I'm slightly confused here because you're saying that the F factors already are R20 and R15.
No, for the so under the integrated draft, we adopted this 0.052 and 0.051. So that's unheated slabs. Those values do not align with an R10 perimeter insulation. That would be an actually higher number. And so if you look at the ASHRAE tables, you look at, the way they have these shown, an F factor of 0.052 equates to an R15 perimeter insulation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying we already have these in there. So if we approve the proposal with R15 and R20, we wouldn't modify table C402.1.2. But if we didn't approve the proposal, then we would have to modify table C402.1.2. Is that correct?
Well, right now, the F factors in table C402.1.2 and without this proposal, the R values in 402.1.3 for unheated slabs, they don't line up. They're not equivalent. And so this proposal makes them equivalent for unheated slabs. So there's like two details here. So there's that one that cleans that up. And then the second one would be, does the tag wish to make heated slab insulation more stringent in some manner? And if that's the case, then an equivalent F factor would be necessary so that the tables align.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm still unclear. So R15, you're saying that is equivalent to this?
Yes.
Currently, okay. And the reason why it's marked up that the 0.373 is because 0.373 is equivalent to R20.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what an equivalent F factor would be for what has been proposed now, which is R20 perimeter and R10 under slab. That would have, someone would have to calculate that value, because I looked at the ASHRAE tables and I didn't see that assembly in the table for any of the climate zones. So we could.
Okay, but you're also saying that if we didn't approve this proposal, or if we wanted to keep R10 for unheated and heated slabs, we would need to change table C402.1.2 F factors.
That's if the tag feels that those two tables should match, which I feel like they should.
They should match, yeah. So if we disapprove this proposal, we would need to modify table C402.1.2.
Yeah, I don't know how we would do that because it's changing numbers. But so I guess it depends on, we could split this up and say, okay, well, let's at least do the cleanup component of it for the unheated slabs, and then make a decision about whether we want to make heated slab more stringent or not.
Has anybody made a motion yet?
Nobody's made a motion.
Well, actually, I'll wait for somebody else.
Okay. All right, we're waiting.
Okay,
I
I'll go ahead and make a motion. To approve this proposal. Well, actually, I guess I should ask Kevin Rose, do you accept the R10 as a friendly amendment? For the under slab?
Well, Kevin was the one who suggested the R10. It wasn't
Oh,
actually
okay.
a tag
Okay, sorry. I didn't.
determination.
There's
Okay,
also
all right.
no motion on the table, and so we don't have to ask if it's friendly or not.
Right, right, got it. Well, if Kevin Rose would like to make that revision so that it's R20 perimeter and then R10 under slab, then I'll make a motion to approve that proposal with the note that we would have to update the F factor to an equivalent value, but that's going to have to get calculated because I couldn't find one to toss in there for today.
Okay, with the understanding that the unheated slabs F factor would be different than it is right now.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. And then is the F factor for heated slabs need that caveat about R10 equivalent under entire slab?
Sorry, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. The unheated slab information on the screen is correct.
Okay.
The R values and the heated slab F factors now align. And
Well,
so
they align for the perimeter, but they don't align for the under slab.
yeah, we're talking unheated slab. The unheated slab values are fine because
Yep.
unheated slab doesn't require under slab insulation. It's the heated slab one that requires it. And so that's where the an F factor would have to be calculated.
For R10.
I think Krista's note on the screen is just right.
Okay, but I'm just saying under C4 2.1.2 table, the lower table, for heated slabs, are we saying that it is the equivalent of R20 perimeter and R10 under entire slab?
No, that value is equivalent for R20 perimeter and R20 under slab.
So if you use the R factor table, R10 under entire slab. If you use the F factor table, you have to do 0.373 under the slab and at the perimeter.
Yeah, yeah. So I would say, you're right, where it says heated slab, if it's for R20, the whole thing, it's at 373. If it's R20 perimeter and R10 under slab, then a new F factor would have to be calculated.
Okay, so I'm just trying to make your motion clear. So it'd say heated slabs 0.373 perimeter and some other F factor under entire slab. Is that correct?
Not quite. If
Okay.
it remains R20 perimeter and R20 under slab, the F factor is 0.373.
Yeah, but right now, what I'm understanding is your motion would be to have R10 under entire slab.
And so that 373, we'd have to take that out and just say it has to be calculated.
Okay, would it be 0.373 at perimeter and a different F factor under entire slab, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yep.
That's
So then, so we'd say F.373. So we just calculate both of those factors, but it would have a perimeter and under slab.
Yes.
To be different. Okay, I understand that now. Okay, so that's the motion, is to approve this as modified with some F factors to be calculated and added in later. And was there a second? I do not hear a second.
I'll second.
Okay, I heard a second. Who was that?
Kim Barker.
Okay, thank you, Kim. All right, I see no more hands up. All in favor of the approving this as modified, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
Nope.
I heard a single no. Motion passes, and we are off to lunch. It is 12:10. I will see you at 12:25, and we will soldier through the rest of these today. See you then. All right, welcome back, everybody. You had a good lunch break. We just considered, I think, 255, right? So we're on to 256. Go ahead, Greg. Yes.
Didn't we postpone the one from before until just after lunch? Would that be now?
Exactly. So let's go to 206 now.
Sounds like you had a fun lunch, Chell.
I had actually, Greg and I to email back and forth during the last break. But I did. I had a good lunch. Had some leftovers from last night. So Greg emailed a rewrite to this to me, and I added a small bit and responded. So Chris is gonna put that up on the screen, and then can look at it.
And I think it's worth just noting that we're not debating on what we should change things to. We're basically just modifying to the wishes of the council. So, yeah, I mean, so whether we agree or not with the direction that they had a hearing, and we've got, I mean, we don't really have a choice but to follow what they said.
Yep. Yeah, and I added the word generally because it was part of the motion at the council, but also because I think generally we should follow site, but there might be certain provisions in there that are, it just doesn't make sense, and I don't want to box us into paint ourselves into a corner. On and off site renewable energy per section C4 and 11 should be counted at the site. Not counted at the site.
Sorry, I'm just codifying it as I'm going forward.
I mean,
Make
I
it a
might as
little
well
more-
ask this question to you, Shell. What does that mean? On and off site renewable energy in compliance should be counted. Oh, should be counted at the site. Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, just read it. I'm gonna be quiet now.
Yep, and that was consistent with the motion at the council
Yep.
level. Go ahead, Lisa.
Just a minor word item. I don't know, it should be shall versus should.
Sounds reasonable.
That's a good code word. And then again, just kind of reiterating the comment I had before. Is it necessary to state here that carbon emissions and greenhouse gases shall not be considered? I mean, that I don't understand the value that that sentence contributes to the code.
It was mainly, so that one was referenced, TSPR is an example, which I think we were addressing it, but TSPR was carbon emissions based. And so this was about consistency, and the council also, for the discussion at the council, was they did want to be consistent in spite of the offsite renewables be counted, but they wanted consistency elsewhere. And so that would be just driving home what that we're not going to put the basis in if we do find any place where we have a leftover carbon emissions table, because that's what was in the prior editions of the code. We have to change those.
I also don't see the usefulness of it. But it's up to the tag to figure this out. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, if we're, in theory, that's what the tag is doing right now, is we're going through and removing all references to carbon emissions and greenhouse gases throughout the code, and the TSPR, our requirement, that proposal is going to be addressing that as well. I can just see a jurisdiction reading this and being confused, like what's their responsibility when you have this sentence here on what does it mean for the whole rest of the code? And so I'm not a fan of that last sentence. I don't think it's needed.
Yeah, I also generally feel that this is direction to ourselves in its communication with code users that, in fact, we have done this, but the shall not be considered is like, well, that's instructions to ourselves. I don't know why that maybe have not been considered is a better wording now that I'm thinking about it. Eric, you have your hand up? If not, we'll go to Patrick.
Yes, thank you. In reviewing the motion that the council made, I don't believe that it specifically says that the tag must incorporate the on and off site renewable energy should be counted at the site. I think the purpose of this whole endeavor was to try to put to rest the debate between using source energy or site energy. And the council's decided that they want to go with site energy. There's pros and cons of going either way. And one of the pros of going source energy was that it was going to be very beneficial for offsite renewable energy. But incorporating that into going to site energy feels incongruent. And I think it opens up the doorway later on to reissue the whole debate if you're treating one technology, giving it special treatment over another when you're trying to be equal in how you're determining the basis of the code. It feels incongruent. And I feel like I'm not on the commercial energy tag, but for the residential energy tag, I'd have to sort how to comply with the contradictory advice from the council. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. And just to be clear, the motion of the council does include on and off site, on and off renewable energy being counted at the site level, just so everybody's clear on that. Greg.
I was just I read through and I pulled out that the exact terminology in there actually came from Chell's proposal at the council level. You're right, Patrick. It is contradictory. And I would assume, I have no idea, but I would assume that some people might want to litigate that in the courts, but that's really beyond us. That's not our deal. That was the council's direction. And if it's incongruent, then it is incongruent, and that's up for other people to challenge elsewhere, but not in the tag.
Thanks, Greg. Patrick?
I just want to clarify, reading from the motion, it says further, the council believes that on and off-site renewable energy per C411 should not be counted or should be counted at the site. It says that they believe that. It doesn't say that the tag has to incorporate that. Like I said, I'm not on the commercial energy tag, but on the residential side, I would want to have a discussion with the tag about trying to balance the general advice to go with site energy versus giving an exception to one. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Lisa.
Yeah, one more question. Again, I'm kind of still focused on that last sentence. What is the implication of that sentence for, say, a jurisdiction that they have their own, jurisdictional climate goals, and part of their climate plan is to consider carbon emissions and greenhouse gases? Does this basically prohibit a jurisdiction from doing anything like that, just within their own jurisdiction for like an above code scenario? Again, I just want to make sure that we're not having some unintended consequences by one sentence in the code.
I guess to respond to that, well, the way we measure, I mean, obviously inherent to this conversation, why are we cared about energy conservation or consumption or efficiency, is because people want to reduce carbon emissions. So that's inherent in there. But the question is not about, it's how you're measuring it. And so this is basically just stating that the measurement is, the way we're going to measure it is through energy efficiency or energy consumption, not through greenhouse gases. So if some jurisdiction were to write some special thing and a basis for measuring it was carbon emissions, then that wouldn't be allowed. But if they're writing, if they want to entail further energy efficiency, require further reduce the energy consumption on the one-to-one basis, then that would be fine. And part of this is actually keeping us congruent with EPCA. So, I mean, if you were to, EPCA actually explicitly requires a one-to-one. So some of the language in here is explicitly because of EPCA. The one-to-one equivalency of energy consumption. Those are key words in there. And so that's keeping us out of legal, to some degree. So if we want to strip out carbon emissions, that phrasing, if that causes issues and we strip it out, then we're opening the door that people are forgetting that we need to comply with EPCA, and then they might put something in there and we might run in afoul.
Okay, I'm in support of this. I would suggest changing in the last sentence shall to have not been considered, because that's what we're doing. This is in anything in the code is not a direction to ourselves. Anything in the code is a remnant of how we created the code. So it's a little bit strange, but I guess it's probably fine, and it tells people what happened. All right. Anybody want to make a motion to, so we previously approved this, but now this would just be to essentially modify the approved proposal to include the language based on the council's direction.
Motion to approve is modified on the screen.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this proposal 206. We've already approved it, but this is to modify the language in it based on the council's direction. And we have a motion and a second. Poppy.
Yeah, just a clarification question. Are we just voting on this 101.3.1 question, or are we also voting on the 101.3?
Oh, that's a really good point. let's look at 101.3. We already, yeah, let's look at that. So we have a motion and a second, but further discussion, let's consider that.
And the one thing I would say on that, and it's not necessarily that I think that these edits should be made or not made, it's that I'm trying to recall how we addressed this previously. I thought that we had already discussed not changing the intent that we had in our Washington code. There had been some discussion about bringing in the IECC language. And just looking for any kind of guidance for anybody else here, because I'm just confused about what this language actually is here.
Didn't we do that on one to completely reject the
On the residential, yes. On the commercial, no, we modified.
Oh, this is a big deal. Is it? My motion had just been regarding the change that we'd made on the paragraph above, but this is a whole different can of worms and needs a different discussion.
Well, if you recall, so we had voted, I think it was 9-8 in the integrated draft to include the IECC language. But then when this proposal came up, we recognized there was some language that wasn't quite, that needed to get changed. And so the language that gets changed, that's what the tag did, was we ended up modifying and stripping out some stuff. So while we have the IECC as the base, we modified it, and most of that. So in my proposal, if you go back to my proposal, most of those red lines you'll see in my proposal weren't in my original proposal. The only thing I think I actually did was I think I crossed out the red that's the brighter red. I crossed out the IECC commercial provisions, and I crossed out the greenhouse gas reduction. And then all the other darker red changes is what the tag did on the fly.
Well, I don't know. Is this the time to discuss this? It's a completely different issue than the thing above.
Yes, I mean, we're considering this proposal, so let's.
Okay, we're considering
the language in the proposal.
Because one of the problematic parts of this in IECC language is at the very top where it says market driven. Remember, we're mandating ourselves to follow something here once the intent section is written. And that was not clear at all. What market driven means. I think that what we do is not actually usually market driven. We're driving the market with this code. It says that it's life cycle cost effective, and in fact our state law says that we're supposed to select code changes that are the most cost effective that we can find, but it doesn't say that each one has to be cost effective. And this also says that if you look halfway down the paragraph, it talks about that we can include non-mandatory appendices with additional things, and that was definitely IECC thinking that they wanted to just have this code be only about efficiency and nothing else, and that other things needed to be put into that into non-mandatory appendices. So in general, I think that it's a bad idea to be adopting this language to start with, and we should use as the basis for any kind of modifications we want to make the existing 2021 language.
Okay, Dwayne, Greg's right in that the tag voted by a fairly narrow margin to approve the IECC language for the integrated draft, so modifications are based on that. And Greg submitted a few modifications to that. And I think when we voted for it, so at least some people brought up that it might not be the IECC language was not necessarily compliant with the RCWs that we're required to follow. So here we are, and we have language in front of us. We can modify it. We could approve the first part of Greg's proposal, reapprove with modifications, and then look at the second part later when you or others have suggestions for how to modify it.
Yeah, I would like to clarify my motion that's on the table at the moment to say that I was only talking about that paragraph that we'd been working on before, and that yes, it would be good if we could split that out and have this be a separate issue. And for this, the intent section, my probably unfriendly amendment would be to revert to the Washington State existing intent statement.
Well, so you made a motion to approve the first part and consider the second part later?
Whatever you want to do with the second part is, yeah, up to you.
You were the maker of the motion.
Yes. So my motion is specifically to vote on the first part and not to consider this intent section until we can either do that just as the next order of business right now or later, as you say.
I think the point of order would be to divide the question.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're considering the first part. There's the motion to do that. Is there a second for Dwayne's motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second to approve the C11.3.1 basis as modified. We have a motion. Second, Lisa, go for it. We're not talking about the second part right now.
Eric Bedell had seconded the motion earlier as well. So
what was that?
Eric Bedell had seconded
Yeah.
motion earlier. So
And just
the whole thing. Good point. Good point.
To be fair, I want to make sure what that motion was for a second. I agree actually with Dwayne. I just thought it was the first part that we were. That's just, I'm just leaving that there, and that's it.
Okay, so you agree with the motion now, which is only to approve the first part.
Only the first part. It was
Okay.
actually, that's a.
Okay, Lisa, you're up.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, so I'm trying to wrap my head around like exactly what we're doing here. So is the tag proposing to take this proposal and split it into two proposals? So we are going to independently approve C101.3.1 as a standalone item and then take up C101.3 as a separate item that will be addressed at another time. So that's part of it, because right now we're saying we're going to approve this proposal. I'm trying to understand what that exactly means. And
so the motion right now is to approve the first part of the proposal, which is C101.3.1 basis as modified today. And it says nothing about the second part of the proposal. That's the current motion.
As Kevin said, the proper term would be that and I would amend my motion to say I move to divide the question, so it's two separate issues, and move to approve the language as we modified for the first part.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, and I'll reserve my I had comments about 101.3, but I'll reserve that for when we get to that topic. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Greg.
I was just gonna say I agree with the approach. That's but just to clarify, what we're doing is we're not going to split into two different proposals. We're just dividing the question means we're voting on the first part of the modifying the proposal, and then we'll follow up with another vote on how we're going to change CO 101.3 if people want to change it.
Yep.
I agree. Greg, yeah, agreed.
Okay, all right. I feel like we're ready to vote. So all in favor of the motion, which is to approve only the first part of the proposal, C101.3 basis as modified, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, first part is approved. What I would suggest,
I'm
since
gonna
we don't
abstain
have,
on that one, but
yep, sure. What I would suggest is that people who don't like C101.3 as written, send in some language so that we can see what they're saying about it, or say revert back to the language from the last code cycle, or something that's clear, and then that we consider this at another time when people who don't like C101.3 have a chance to provide alternate language or something like that. That's my suggestion, but you're the tag, you can make motions to do whatever you want. Go ahead, Kevin.
motion to postpone the second half of the question.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there a second?
Which, by the way, supersedes the first motion
What was the first motion?
to divide the question.
Well, we already approved.
Yeah, normally you'd have to immediately approve the second part, so I'm changing that to a postponement. I'm superseding that with a postponement, just getting strictly into Roberts here.
Okay, all right. I trust you there. Okay, so it's to postpone the second part of the question to the next meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Dwayne.
Yeah, I have a simple fix that I would like to propose instead of postponing, which would be to just revert to the existing Washington State Energy Code intent language and replace this entirely. So that I would vote against postponement and say we should just go back to what we had before, which has been carefully ironed out over the years.
Okay.
I would be in support of that idea if the motion is changed.
No, this would be I'll be voting against the motion to postpone.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, we can either speak for or against the motion or amend the motion or vote.
Okay, all right, Poppy.
Yeah, just wanted to confirm that I would also be voting against the motion because I would be supportive of proposing the previous code language.
Okay, thanks. All right, well, we are going to vote then, and the motion is to postpone the second part of this proposal until our next meeting. All in favor? Well, no, okay, I think we'll need to do a roll call on this one. So the motion to postpone, we'll do a roll call.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
Well, with that discussion, I'm going to say no.
So just to be clear, you can say one of two things or three things: abstain, yes or no. There's no supplementary information
Okay.
along with voting. Unless if you have a question, you can say that. But yeah.
No.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vick,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Irina Respetness,
No.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No,
Eric Olnon,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Irina Sesarova,
I think Arena may have had to step away again. Abstain.
Brett Conway?
Brett,
Are you
if you're
there,
there,
Brett?
I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Marcus Berta?
No.
Did we do Luke
Luke Howard?
Wait.
No.
Is that a no?
Correct. That is a no.
Thank you. And Deepa Savarajan?
No.
Motion fails 4-9 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails.
I'd like to make a new motion.
Please.
To strike all the language we see on the screen and replace it with the existing 2021 intent language.
Okay, we have a motion.
I second that.
And we have a second for the motion, and that is to replace the 2024 IECC language as modified with the 2021 Washington State Energy Code language, which is shown on the screen in its entirety. Is that correct, Krista?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
No, minus a period.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and we have a second, and that is to go back to the language we had before. Margaret.
Yeah, not to complicate things again, but I think one of the keys to this code is that there is a mandate to increase efficiency over time, and it doesn't really say that anywhere.
I think most code users are not going to spend a whole lot of time on C1 1.3 intent.
Well, I could I respond to that, just that this is not direction. This is like explaining to code users what the intent of the code is that's printed there. And I think it's kind of a separate policy that we're following for how we're moving forward with it. But it actually does come in handy periodically when we're arguing about some fine point of how our language should be interpreted, that people look back at the scope and intent sections for guidance.
Thanks, Dwayne. Eric.
Hey, Krista, is it possible to go back in time to the roll call vote of the IECC? Just so everyone knows how they voted when they either approved or disapproved the IECC language?
It would involve a lot of digging through notebooks.
I mean, I think that's a fair thing, just so we don't.
I can pull that up for you if you want to. If you give me a couple of minutes, I can find it on.
I don't want to make this difficult for anybody, but I would like to know. I mean,
27th of September. Let's see.
While Krista is looking that up and people are doing sleuthing, let's hear from Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I'm unsure how I want to vote on this one, because for 2 reasons. We have now some changes that we have now approved, that of course was not information that we knew at the time of our original vote to adopt the IECC language. And so I think it is appropriate to circle back and consider this language again. I will say that there are some details in the IECC language that do seem to have value. So I'm not sure if, if we should just take one or the other, or if perhaps a little bit of blending of the best of both might be in the best interests, since this is the intent statement for the entire document. So again, I'm not sure I'm going to vote yet, but it would be perhaps worthwhile considering spending a little bit more time on this and making sure we get it right.
Okay. Thanks. Poppy?
Yeah, I just wanted to build a little bit on something that Dwayne had said, in that this language for the intent has a specific purpose, and it's not necessarily intended to reflect the full breadth of our actual RCW language. That language is in there and stands as is, and this is a much less complex intent. And I think that it may be that a lot of other things are loaded into the IECC intent language because it is intended to be a national code. It doesn't know what all of these other intents are for any individual jurisdiction. And so it's kind of more the vision of the IECC is included there, whereas our vision is included in the RCW. And I don't know that it needs to be included here.
Thanks, Poppy. Kevin?
Yeah, so the purpose of my earlier motion to postpone was to avoid this discussion that we're having right now. I would rather have language proposed rather than vague wordsmithing in the moment. So I'm going to motion to
We already have a
postpone
motion. We have a motion to do something right now, but
to accept.
to
Yes.
accept language from the 2021 IEC, 2021 Washington State Energy Code.
Yeah. So I'm going to move to postpone this until the next meeting. And when we, well, more specifically, until we have alternative language in front of us, if that's what we want to do. It sounds like folks are hesitant to just vote in what we had in the 2021 code, that there's changes are desired. And that was the point of having a postponement, is I don't think we should have the discussion now. I think that's going to waste a lot of time.
Okay, well, I was just thinking over this in my mind. We just voted down a motion to postpone. So I don't know that someone else can just make the same motion again. I don't know that that's in order. You might know better than me, but we just, if we have a
No, you're right. You're right. Sorry.
yeah,
That would be silly.
Even if I sympathize with what you're saying, I don't find that in order. So
no, you're absolutely right. So I roll back the tape a little bit. I just want to say I'm finding this frustrating because I don't think this is a good use of our time to wordsmith this on the fly.
thanks, Kevin. All right, we do have a motion on the table, and I think we're almost ready to vote on it. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if we bring in the state code language and going forward, somebody has a better idea to augment it with something, I'd certainly be willing to go with a motion to reconsider and vote for that. But for right now, I'd like to leave it as just the current language.
Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
One more, I don't know if it's a point of order question, but organizationally, how this goes. So if we vote right now and the tag votes to disapprove replacing the current language in 101.3 with the former language. So if the tag votes to disapprove, then could we then do a vote again to postpone, to provide an opportunity to do more in-depth consideration about potentially better language? Is that how this could go?
I don't know really that we have another option other than to postpone it if we can't, if we vote this one down. But on
And
the
a
other,
motion to reconsider can be brought up at any time in the future, and it just has to be made by somebody who voted in favor of this. And I'd be happy to do that if you come up with better language.
that's another option too, is to vote this and then have someone who voted yes reconsider it. I don't know the answer to your question about, we just had a motion to postpone, it didn't pass. If we have a different motion that fails, can we then postpone it? I assume at some point we could do that again. Go ahead, Greg.
I mean, maybe we're splitting hairs here, but I mean, I'll just tell you the original intent that I had when I voted way back on the integrated draft. So I had twofold. One was I thought the first part of the intent statement in the IECC was closer in alignment to our state mandate in a way. And others may disagree, but the reason why is there's a bit of a balance. Like, costs are important, and we actually do have, if you go look at the RCW 19-27A dot, and I think it's 020, there's in there actually is the language about the council has the ability to defer things if it's not costly enough. Not saying that we've ever gone there, but I mean, that recognizes inherently that while yes, things don't have to be always lowering cost, but in the same note is cost is important. And so because of that, I think that was captured a little bit on the intent, saying, hey, we do need to consider it. But then in the same note, I mean, I don't know. That's one of the main things, and the other one is just moving closer in alignment with IECC wherever we could. So that's where I think our current language doesn't quite get us there. It's kind of more narrow focused.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Eric. Eric, you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I just had a nice conversation with myself. Are we just voting on C101.3?
Yes.
Is
So
that
motion-
just that one little paragraph?
Yes, right now we were voting on, instead of using the 2024 IECC language slightly modified in Greg's proposal, we would use the C101.3 from Washington State Energy Code 2021.
And that's what the red is right on the screen?
That's the red on the screen. Yep, at the bottom.
Thank you very much.
Yep. All right, well, let's vote on this thing.
Can we just read it real quick and like just look at it? Just give me like 10 seconds.
Sure. And this will be a roll call vote. So in 10 seconds, we can start a roll call vote on the motion, which is to accept the red language on the bottom instead of the black and slightly red language above it.
One last question. So the no vote is to have the IECC language, and then the yes vote would be basically the 4-sentence.
The yes vote would be to accept the red stuff at the bottom. A no vote would be to probably at some point consider this again.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, let's do roll call.
Hey, Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker, are you there, Kim? Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
No.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Arena Respitness,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Bobby Storm,
Yes.
Eric Olnon,
Yes.
Lisa Rosano?
No.
Andy Burnham?
Yes.
Brett Conway? I don't see him in the list. Luke Howard?
Yes.
Marcus Verda?
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan?
Yes.
That was a yes? You got
Sorry,
cut off.
that was a yes. That was a yes. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll try Kim Barker again.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-4 with one abstention.
Okay, motion carries. We now have part 2 of the question. Forwarded, C101.3 intent. Okay. We are off to 256, Kevin Rose.
Yep. So again, this is Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. We'll begin introducing while the proposal gets in front of you. But this is again one to bring Washington State Energy Codes envelope up to speed with the latest in the national model codes. And so this one is related to walls. So this proposal matches identically values that are highly likely to be included in ASHRAE Standard 90.1 2025 and also have been proposed for the 2027 IECC and an ASHRAE sponsored proposal. And those typically are approved very handily in order to maintain alignment across the standards. So as you can see, the changes here are very, very marginal, very incremental. When looking at the R values, we're often talking in the tenths places in terms of stringency increase. This is reflective of the the diminishing returns of insulation, but the national codes, well, at least 90.1 thus far, has analyzed these and found them to be cost effective, and so I would argue it's appropriate to bring them to Washington Code. One item that I would point out for the wood framed walls, that last value there of R27 standard framing, neither 90.1 nor IECC have cavity only options in concert with all of the other ones that I've provided here. So I left that there because it was included with the integrated draft, but that is a value that I think would have to be increased in order to be consistent with these other values. But I did not provide such a revised value here. That's it.
Thanks, Kevin. Nathan, go for it.
Yeah, just a couple things that really draw my attention that I think would cause some heartburn. Steel frame wall. So if you look through the lower R value table, it's a little hard to read because all the red and the blue text. But like, for example, R21 cavity insulation plus R9.3, exterior insulation would achieve this. Well, that's beyond 2 inches of mineral wall. So if people are expecting that they could do a 6-inch metal stud and 2 inches of mineral wool, which in a lot of cases is already kind of a battle, this is now going deeper on that mineral wool or switching to a different insulating material that gets you a better R per inch. Again, I'm not sure the building scientists would be thrilled if we turned it to, I don't know, rigid insulation on the exterior instead of mineral wool. So that's one thing that jumps out at me. Another, and the point was kind of already made, standard wood framed wall. So to get that sort of R27 value without adding exterior insulation to a wood frame wall, we're probably talking 2x8 studs, fine, plus I don't know, maybe mineral wool bat instead of a fiberglass bat. That might get us there. But I'm just sort of thinking along the lines of some very typical wall assemblies, what it looks like to achieve this performance.
Nathan, question for you. So you're saying that the R21 steel frame plus R9.3 CI is a challenge. Mineral wool is, you say mineral wool is 4.5?
Usually we see like 4.2 per inch. So if you had 2 inches of mineral wool, you'd only get to R 8.4 on that exterior insulation. And then we're saying we'd need to get to 9.3. I haven't gone and looked at the ASHRAE tables. I'm taking this at face value, what I see here.
Yeah, I was just thinking 2 inches of mineral wool is not going to get you R9 probably.
No. So that's what I'm saying. Would either have to go more mineral wool or a different insulating material, such as rigid insulation. 2 inches of rigid would get you R10, so that would get there.
Yeah, we use mineral wool on most of our external insulation projects and works pretty well. Okay, thanks, Nathan. Other comments on this? Okay, Margaret.
Yeah, I'm just on that, back to that R9 continuous question. If you can't get to R9 with continuous insulation, what's the difference between R9 and R9.3 if you change it to 9.3? I mean, we're not really changing the hardship there, right?
If mineral wools are 4-ish, then 2 inches gets you 8.
Right.
2.5 inches gets you 10.
So what's the difference between 9 and 9.3?
Yeah.
Right. So I see your point. If I'm saying, I feel like we had ways of getting to the 0.055 with a 6-inch stud and 2 inches of mineral wool, but now I have to go look up in my calculations how we did that. I was just kind of reading line items in there, but that is a good point.
Lisa.
Yeah, I'm just curious, Kevin, if there's any, because this is it being proposed for the 2025 or it's already been approved for the 2025? ASHRAE?
Yeah, if I can respond.
Please.
Yeah, this is in the final phase of in the ASHRAE 90.1 code development. It's been out for public review, so that any comments that came in would have to be considered before 90.1 is finalized later this year. But this is in the highly likely to be approved territory. Likewise, as I mentioned, it's and that's addendum BM for those who might want to look at this on their own. Sorry, BF to 90.1 2022. The same values were, as I mentioned, proposed for the 2027 IECC, and that's proposal CE 32-24. If anyone wants to take a look at that. And that proposal has not been heard yet. It's actually going to be heard at their next envelope subcommittee meeting.
Okay, yeah, the reason why I'm asking is that obviously you've got many, many more groups considering this at the national level. So I'm assuming that some of these concerns that we're hearing in our meeting today are likely being at least discussed at the national level, but if it's appears that these changes are going to remain, or they're going to be put forth at a national level code, then perhaps that could inform our committee for any changes we make in our code.
Okay, what do we want to do with this? Approve, reject?
Motion to approve as shown.
Thanks, Dwayne. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this as shown, as proposed. All right, Nathan, go for it.
Personally, I'll be voting against it. I mean, it's gonna come along in the 2027 IECC, so be it. But there's already a pretty big shift happening in my mind on the envelope side with introducing the concept of the more advanced thermal bridging calculations, and I don't think any of us have a strong sense for how that's going to shake out, and it'll also require more insulation to be added to typical details. So personally, I feel like we're doing a pretty significant chunk there, and I don't necessarily know that we have to crank down immediately on all the other U factors. Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. Okay, I'm sensing a roll call vote would be a good one on this one. Kevin, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, based on your earlier action, proposal 179 regarding the semi-heated spaces that you approved, that brought in some wall insulation factors, R values and U factors for the semi-heated spaces. I didn't get a look at them and if that proposal was modified as it was going through, but it is probably logical to if this code change proposal is approved, to likewise ensure that those R values and U factors for the semi-heated space walls would also be in alignment with the factors from 90.1 2025. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this one. The motion is to approve as seen on the screen and as proposed.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
Abstain.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Eric Olnon,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Andy Burnham,
No.
Brett Conway, Luke Howard,
Yes.
Marcus Furta,
Abstain.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
okay, motion carries 7-3 with 6 abstentions.
was about to say the abstentions have it, but no, the ayes have it, no, the yeses have it, so. Motion passes. And we are on to the next one, except Larry, you have your hand up. I don't hear you if you're talking, Larry. But maybe you just wanted to let us know you were back. We did postpone 283 until Larry returned. We thought that was at 2 o'clock. We'll get to yours in a bit. Go ahead, Marcus.
Oh, I just wanted to point out, I don't think Luke had his vote counted on the last roll call. Just for the record.
Yeah, he was counted. He just was slightly out of order.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Krista.
I heard a yes there. Okay, so we're going to 296. Rosenow, Lisa, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. This is a relatively minor change. What this proposal does is it reintroduces a second prescriptive R-value assembly type for metal building walls. In our previous code, in the 2021 and I think 2018 as well, R19 continuous installation was an approved assembly type. And we do hear from designers who, when they're designing metal buildings, that the all continuous is something that is used. And so we went ahead and I took a look at that with regards to the default that would achieve a U factor of 0.049. I don't remember, did I put the U value table in here, Krista? Just scroll up. No, I did not. Yeah, that equates to a U factor of 0.049. And then if you look at the code currently, that aligns with the prescriptive U factor requirement. So this is just introducing another prescriptive path for metal building walls. It just reintroduces something that was available in the code in previous code cycles.
Thanks, Lisa. I could say that our envelope consultants are helping convince us that most of our buildings should have little insulation in the cavity wall and most of it on the outside of the building. So a lot of our buildings are now have only continuous insulation. So I kind of like this option. So Lisa, is the intent then that the U factor table would also include a pathway that's, well, I guess it wouldn't need to be updated, would it?
No, it doesn't, because as I said, I'd have to call up the U factor table. I forget what it is. I think it's 0.05. It's either 0.050 or 0.049.
Okay.
You
Yep.
can,
So okay. So what you said, so yeah, it doesn't need another modification to go with it.
it doesn't. It's an equivalent assembly type
Yep.
to the other prescriptive R value. Let's see what it says. Yeah, metal building. Yeah, 0.050. So
Okay.
yeah,
Sounds
R
good.
is 0.049.
Okay.
Or actually, it's almost exactly it, because that it says R 19.5. So yeah, it's 0.050. So it's equivalent.
All right. Anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. I don't see any hands up. All in favor of approving 296, say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. The next one, this is approved. The next one is 215, which was withdrawn. Also 190 and 191 were withdrawn. So 223 is the next proposal to be considered.
All
Sorry.
right, it's me.
Oh, yep.
Hello, everybody. Rachel Thompson, representing IMEG, formerly Rushing. So this proposal is set to affect table C402.12 as well as C402. Can you scroll up to the top of my proposal? I apologize. And table C402.1.3. For some context, the mechanical code recently has made amendments to trigger ventilation in refrigerant piping shafts that previously were going to impact heat pumps. That no longer applies, but right now they will trigger VRF systems. So what this means is that in multifamily buildings that utilize VRF systems, there are penetrations that often go through multiple floors of the envelope that create a donut hole effect. And because these are considered exterior walls within the energy code, they have to be fully code compliant. And so my proposal is that we make amendments to the U factor table and the R factor table to exclude these refrigerant piping ventilated shafts from the energy code requirements, given that it's a fire safety code. So yeah, if you take a look at table C402.1.2, I've added just a row there that says ventilated refrigerant piping shafts with an L for the sub at the end of the table that I've added, and then just said not required in both of those columns. And then, yeah, here's the text that I added. Shaft walls of ventilated refrigerant piping shafts, which require ventilation per Washington State Mechanical Code, Chapter 11, are not required to be fully code compliant exterior opaque walls and can be excluded from the prescriptive envelope compliance requirements, provided that these shaft walls have at least a 4-inch cavity filled with insulation. And then if you scroll down, I also apply similar edits to the following table, and the subtext is exactly the same for this table as well. Please let me know if you have any questions, comments, or concerns.
Thanks, Rachel. I do have a question. I'm not familiar with this type of ventilated shaft wall. So this is just a regular type of shaft wall that is, and the refrigerant piping probably isn't huge, right? So are these like a foot by a foot or something like that?
Yeah,
Really
but
massive.
because they're supposed to be code compliant exterior walls, it creates this effect where we have to make these shaft walls much thicker, which takes away usable floor area in these multifamily buildings. But given my alterations, we could maintain the typical depth of assembly for shaft walls at around 4 inches and just fill these with cavity, given that, because it is a ventilated shaft, there is technically ambient air. But again, that is for Washington State Mechanical Code. So
there's like a fan at the top and some an outlet to the exterior to suck in air or something.
correct.
So this is not.
And it's because it has A2L refrigerant running through the pipes, which is more specifically flammable.
Yeah. Okay. And are the like, does a building that would use this system have like one of these every 30 feet, or are they rarer or more common than that?
That's a great question. So when I initially wrote up this proposal, the mechanical code was triggering heat pump ventilation shafts as well as VRF. Heat pump ventilation shafts are much more common. There is a higher number of them. Thankfully, it's been revised, but for VRF, there's much less. I was talking to our mechanical team earlier this week, typically maybe 3 to 4 of them per building, but I'm not a mechanical expert. So definitely significantly less than for heat pumps, but still present and creating a penalty in the thermal envelope for sure.
Okay, thanks, Rachel.
Yeah.
Dwayne.
Yeah, question for you. Are these shafts ventilated top and bottom, or is it just open at the top?
You know, I'm not actually sure. I would defer this to maybe Nathan Miller or if Diana is on the call, but I don't think she's on.
Nathan? I'm just asking because it would be, if it's outside air, moving up through these, that's, that's outside air. But if it's just there so that gases could escape up to the top, then it would probably be, it would be a very modest amount of temperature difference inside and out.
Sean, do you know the answer to this?
Yeah, so typically on these ventilated shafts for refrigerant systems, it's due to the A2L refrigerant, and it's all based off of ASHRAE 15 2022. And the number of piping shafts vary depending on the size of the building and the number of systems. And it doesn't just affect VRF, it affects any refrigerant-based system spanning more than 2 or more floor ceiling assemblies. So depending on the size of the systems and the type of systems, it varies. But yeah, the concept is there's a fan on the top, and then that fan is initiated upon a refrigerant leak. So typically the fans aren't running constantly, so you won't have outside air constantly flowing through that ventilated shaft. But upon a leak of some sort of refrigerant in the piping, it engages that fan. The makeup air schemes can be ports coming off the side of the building. It could be another makeup air shaft. It kind of varies, but yeah, I agree with this proposal, and it'll allow us to ventilate these shafts without treating this as a donut hole effect, if you will.
Thanks, Sean. I guess one more question is if these fans go off and or go on and have to ventilate, is somebody's notified that there's a leak or something? Is that the point?
Yes. So at that point, there is all of the piping shafts would have a refrigerant leak detector, and that engages the fan. So that those refrigerant leak detectors notifies the building technical group, and it shuts down specific systems because of that leak.
Okay, thanks. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I actually have several points on this particular proposal. We did, ETC did a presentation for WAPO last week, and Eric Vandermeer joined us as a guest presenter, and he did a very comprehensive proposal about the whole A2L refrigerant topic. And so I have a much better understanding now about the whole issue with regards to this requirement that buildings that have refrigerant piping must have a ventilated shaft. I will say that I'm not comfortable with the language as it's currently written for a variety of reasons. Terms like, shall not be required to be fully code compliant is very vague. And so I actually submitted, and I apologize, I was not able to coordinate with the proponent ahead of the meeting today to share my concerns. But there's a couple things that I think we could do to kind of tighten this up so it's a little clearer. The main concern I have is that it doesn't make it clear that the air barrier requirements would still apply. And so I think the air barrier it needs to be really, really clear that those assemblies still need to be treated. They still have to have an air barrier, and it still needs to be sealed, and any penetrations through that still need to be sealed. I think that needs to be crystal clear. And we just passed that Dwayne Johnson's proposal that incorporated some below grade wall insulation requirements that are pretty close to what's being proposed in this proposal. This one just says it has to have at least 4 inches of insulation. It doesn't really define how that's incorporated. But if we chose to point to and just say that these walls have to meet the same insulation requirement as below grade or something like that, it still accomplishes some insulation, but without, I think it's important to make it clear, what this needs to look like. And so I put together this as a friendly amendment. I understand this is a pretty big leap. But I would say that as it's currently written, I'm not comfortable with the language because I think it's too open-ended. And it's an important thing to incorporate in the code. I just think the language needs a little bit more work, which is what I'm proposing here.
So Lisa, if we offered a postponement, would you be open to that? I think that actually I should have the proponent also, just so you can work together with the proponent of the motion of the language.
Yeah, I would absolutely. As I said, I didn't have time. I had a bunch of things we were trying to get done before the meeting today, and I apologize, proponent, I didn't have time to reach out to you. But I would absolutely be happy to work with the proponent and to share my concerns about this and share some proposed language that would kind of tighten it up so it accomplishes what they're trying to do, but does it in a way that we don't lose some important stringency with regards to envelope and air leakage requirements.
Rachel, I'll provide a motion if you're open to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted to say I really appreciate any and all feedback. This is my first year putting forth any sort of proposals for the energy code, so I'm definitely a novice. And I wanted to put this forth so that as a group we could all refine it and make it the best that it can be. So I'm looking forward to working with you on this and moving this forward.
All right, I'm putting a motion to postpone
Okay.
this. Yep.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I don't want to hear content ideas. I want to hear discussions of whether we should postpone or not. Because we'll talk about this at a great length at some other day if this is successful. Lisa, you have your hand up? Okay, all right. If you have comments or thoughts on this, please send them to Lisa or Rachel, and we'll vote on this. All right, all in favor of postponing, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. All right, if you have additional thoughts on this or Lisa's proposal, Lisa's modification, or Rachel, send comments to them. If you can't get a hold of them, send comments to Krista, she'll forward them on, and then we'll consider this another day. Okay, next one. We have 184 Dwayne.
Let's see, where are we at with that? Okay, sorry, I was just trying to get to this one myself. This should be a fairly simple one, but more of these things that we've had in the Seattle Code for a while. We have a couple of exceptions that we add to the fenestration rules. One is security glazing, and another is revolving doors. We've tried to clean up the meaning of the word operable, and have a note in there about how the fenestration categories work. So that's the first one you see on the top. There is the exception that says, yeah, if it's you can have up to 1% of your wall area be single pane glazing for these two things, and then that's the next one down is this footnote C that says exactly how the
the what operable means in terms of the multi-pane assemblies that we especially see on multifamily use. Sorry, I've got my Seattle informative note on there that Krista has said, no, we can't do that in the state code. So that would just be the two clarifications are those two above.
Okay. Nathan.
Dwayne, the concern I have is that for, multifamily projects, final window packages, what we see in a lot of those, right? We've been told over and over again by the manufacturer that they don't get a separate NFRC rating for, if they have a 4-panel window going into a punched opening and only one of those is operable, the NFRC protocol requires that the entire assembly gets the operable window U factor. And so if we're saying, I don't think the way that the NFRC system works, we can only include the portions of the multi-pane assemblies that truly are operable. I don't know if that makes sense what I just said.
Well, no, we've had this in our code for a while, and we're like one of the only jurisdictions anywhere that actually enforces these NFRC rules, and this was so that you didn't have to categorize the entire 82 square feet of your living room assembly as operable. But anyway, I haven't seen that come up as a problem in any of the many multifamily projects we get in through the door.
Okay. I disagree with that. Okay.
No, you've got me worried now, but we get so many that's our major building type, and they all have these multi-pane assemblies that come in, and we've been reviewing them that way for a while.
All right, Larry.
So my question is, don't they make a revolving door with 2 panes or 3 panes that you can put in that door? So you can, we're going to such great extent on the block line. I don't think we should give here either if we're not going to give on the other. And that would be just the same as your block being a solid block every 4 rows versus now we're going to let we're going to let revolving doors be single pane because it's easier and probably cheaper. And I'm sure they make them in double pane. And then also on that part about how could you, when you get that window has a sticker from the manufacturer. And that's what that window's rated for. So I don't know how you could divide it up because you don't have individual stickers on the window for each one. If it comes from the factory as a whole group of windows, it has one sticker on there that gives you what the rating for the window is. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. When we first established this rule, it was because there weren't products out there that use insulated glass for the revolving door. It was a single thick piece of toughened glass because they get a lot of collision and abuse in there, and so we're straight there with that operable portion. I believe that sticker includes, if it's coming as a pre-manufactured unit, then that sticker would include the full analysis of that multi-pane unit.
So you're telling me they don't make a revolving door that's double panel? Or so if they don't make it, maybe we don't use it. Maybe we use 2 doors like we have been. Then we've got double, and we've got something really good. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. So yeah, question for Dwayne. I'm kind of thinking the same that Larry's bringing up here, and I'm not talking about the revolving door single pane element of the proposal. I'm pointing to footnote C, where it states that operable includes openable fenestration products other than entrance doors and includes only the operable portion of multi-pane assemblies. And so I'm thinking about the UA calculation and how this all works. When you look at the table sets a U factor and so a heat gain coefficient for a mold window. And I'm going to turn to the folks who work with these in the field. My understanding is that it doesn't have two stickers, a sticker on the fixed portion and a sticker on the operable portion, that it's a single performance rating for the whole mold window. And so I'm not clear on like what, if we were going to say with a UL or UA, you've got your base code value or you've got your required value and your proposed. I'm not sure how that would work. Can you explain that?
Well, I don't entirely understand your question. You're saying yes, in the that all other category, we have traditionally said that yes, it's just the operable portion. But no, I see the note now that you're referencing. Yeah.
I'm opening up the code right now to look at it to see.
No, I'm looking as well. Yeah, I think I'm guessing that detail wasn't there in a previous edition of the code when we modified it that way. So you got me convinced, I think, everybody, that to withdraw that change to footnote C.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Greg.
So I'm wondering if this might be friendly, Dwayne, for the exception that you have for C402.4. What if we struck the word security purposes and so it's just for revolving doors only? I'm kind of wondering, I mean, I recognize that the revolving door is the single pane of glass, but the security purposes, I'm not quite seeing why you can't just do a double pane with a glazed for one of those panes.
That wasn't you're echoing an argument that I had made a number of years ago, but we had situations with banks and jewelry stores and some other things where they had a small amount of glazing, and I said, well, sure, you could just put another pane of glass outside of that, but the frame is specially built as in addition to the glass being specially built, and that would have essentially required having a second entire separate chunk. So this is just a little thing that gets used a few times a year that I know of that says, yeah, they have this difficult situation, and we said, sure, you can have that little thing. We'll cave for the 1%.
Well, I almost wonder if we shouldn't cave for that 1% because that I don't buy that frame, because you can buy your frames with different amounts of thicknesses. And so, I mean, usually when you custom order your windows for a job, I mean, you choose the thickness for it. So, I mean, the complaint about, well, the frame can't accommodate multiple panes. Well, I'm kind of calling them out on that one. I don't think that's really valid. Just order a frame that can accept double pane.
Yeah, not that simple, but Shailesh has his hand up and I bet he knows the answer.
So that single pane might get frosty in winter time, who knows? So the security, I mean, they won't be able to see it. The purpose will defeat it.
Well, usually these are like 1 inch thick, 5 laminate security glass arrangements. They're small. They're very tough. They have a shock resistant frame, and so it's. I haven't heard the problem with frosting on the inside, but I suppose it's possible.
Oh, so you mean, so maybe I was misunderstanding. So you're talking about actual bulletproof glass. You're not talking about like frosted glass for like that lets light in but doesn't let you see.
Oh, that would be privacy, perhaps. This is this is security glazing.
Is security glazing the right term for that, or is architects in the room, or is there another term that you use for like bulletproof or impact resistant glass? I guess I'm looking to you, Chell. If you had to call out bulletproof glass on something, what would you call it?
Let's see, I haven't designed a police station in a long time.
I would check with my specifier personally.
Yeah. Impact resistant probably wouldn't cover it.
Or safety glazing, they said. Safety glazing.
Safety glazing is the opposite. It's supposed to break and go into million pieces.
For bullet resistance, it's known as ballistic glass, but this not only gets bullets, but baseball bats and tire irons and whatever else they use to break into things.
I mean, I would be a fan of whatever the term is to go with a more specific language. Actually, you know, I mean, it's accounting for that.
Yeah, I think security purposes is pretty generic. Okay, I think we've discussed this a bit. We could either move forward with the proposal as is. I'm going to get to you, Larry, in a second. We could either move the proposal as is, come back with a better word later. We could postpone this and come back with a better word later, or we could do something else with it. But I think we've discussed most of the issues. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I'd like to put a motion to postpone this so we can do a little more research on it and check a few things out. And hopefully somebody will second it.
Second.
Okay, motion to postpone in a second. All right, all in favor of postponing, say yes.
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 Yeah.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. And anybody with great ideas, send them to Dwayne. All right, motion passes. This is postponed. Larry, you are back, and we have a proposal that you put forward, 283. So let's go back to 283. We had postponed it earlier until you arrived. I'll also say that I don't remember if you were here or not, but we changed the definition of low carbon energy district earlier. We did two proposals on low carbon energy districts. We changed them to some other term that has to do with district energy.
Thermal
Anyway,
energy networks.
yes, thermal energy networks. And there are two types. Okay, so Larry, you have the floor to talk about your proposal. And you are on mute.
Yeah, I got it. So with everything that's coming down the line, shall we just postpone this? Because then that way we're not wasting our time on something right now. I think that would be best. In the interest of time and getting through.
Okay.
Okay.
Feel free to make a motion then to postpone it.
I make a motion to postpone it. Any seconds?
Postpone to when? Or are you talking about tabling?
Or tabling it, I guess, tabling it to the next meeting or the meeting after next.
Oh, so if it's postponed to the next meeting, then okay, that'd work. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone to the next meeting and a second. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we postponed 283. We are on to the next one, which is 169 Johnlin. I'm also going to note that the next meeting, the agenda for the next meeting is largely to go through all the work groups that have formed and have them all report back on proposals that they've been working on. And ideally, you would send the fruits of your efforts to Krista early Monday morning so that Krista would be able to post them and we can all review what all the work groups have been doing. We're also going to revisit, there were a couple other proposals like 179 Gary and some other proposals that were tabled or postponed earlier, and we're going to get back to those so that we can go through, and I think it'll take most of the day to get through all of those work groups and previously postponed things. So please get that going and get your revised ideas in so that we can consider that next week on the 4th.
So,
All right.
Kjell, on that, so we'd met and made a huge amount of progress on the 279 this week, but there is still more work to be done. And based on feedback, I don't know if we're gonna get people to they have availability next week, and so it might be good for the
Okay.
week after. Suggestion.
Okay, I will note that because that's a big one. I will note that in my schedule and maybe we don't cover that next week.
And if you want to see the snapshot where we're at, we'd happy to send that, but we've made a huge progress. It's just there's still a lot more to do.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a big animal to bite off.
Yeah, okay, and that's 279, right, that you're talking about?
Yep.
Okay, I will put that in my notes of what to put on, not to put what to not put on the agenda for next week. Okay, all right, Dwayne, you have the floor. And you're on mute.
And I was giving such a good speech. For many code cycles now, the U values for and SBCC for skylights in the Washington code and the Seattle code have been unchanged, but nobody has any problem meeting a 0.45 U value instead of 0.50. SBCC is not a real issue cost-wise, and so it just seems like this is proven to be feasible and regularly stocked materials, and so we can make a little boost in efficiency by improving our skylights.
I'll move to approve Dwayne's skylight motion as done.
Second.
Greg? Okay, we have a motion to approve. You see no hands up? So all in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We're on to 260, another Kevin Rose.
I just want to say good job, Dwayne, on that last one. I mean, that's an important gap to close.
Off we go.
Kevin Rose with NIA. This is the last of my trio of proposals trying to bring in the latest and greatest from the national model codes. First thing, based on your action just a moment ago on Dwayne's proposal, you probably want to amend this where I was only bringing the skylight down to U 0.48. You probably just want to get rid of that change with the clarity that that previous proposal from Dwayne would be the one that carries forward and not this one. And you could also get rid of the introduced footnote and the, all the red changes from there down, including in the equations. That would be a recommendation for how to reconcile this with the last one, which leaves just the changing the window fixed U factor from 0.34 down to 0.32. This, similar to what I was saying before, is very, very close to being finalized for 90.1 2025, and has been proposed for 2027 IECC within addendum. Look up what that is for ASHRAE and the corresponding IECC proposal, which is CE 44-24. They even specify the votes of the subcommittees of being 38 to 0 to 2 and 46 to 0 to 1 for first and second public review of that associated proposal, which is in more climate zones than just what I've reduced down to what's relevant to Washington here. But I think it's indicative of the pretty broad support for this change. That's it.
Yeah, every time we set a specification of 0.30 or lower, and we think we might get triple glaze out of the deal, the glazing industry somehow gets us 0.29 or something like that with double glazing. So I've seen this as very possible. Larry.
So with this new number, how much of the wall can have that glass?
The same amount as before. It's just a better glass product.
Yeah, but what percentage of the wall can be glass?
30%.
30%. So how are we building these buildings where all the walls are glass? Are you increasing the ceiling or something? Or
I think a lot of them were built under the 2015 or the 2012 code, and some of those are permitted and they're not built until quite recently. When the UA backstop was introduced, that had an impact on that, but a lot of buildings, even today, that are finishing up construction were permitted under 2015. Nathan.
Larry, just to give you some quick context, under the 2021 code, what I was seeing was that even if you upgraded all the glazing to triple pane and got that extra credit for the performance, you couldn't really push it past like maybe 45% glazed and make the calc work. So just sort of a reference of where we were falling in the last code cycle.
So here's what I'm talking about, because we just voted it down. I mean, a block wall with insulation put in it, as they build the block. I mean, you got about a 0.12 factor there. Okay. But yet we'll let 45% of this slip by at 0.32. That's not right. Okay. That's just not right. So you got this big, huge hole going through the house, through the building, and at 45%. And now we're saying, hey, well, it's glass, so we can let twice as much go through. And that's not right. That's not equitable. Thank you.
I mean, I think Nathan said that was triple glazing would get you to 45. So that's.
Well, triple glazing isn't much more than about a 0.25. Okay. But block with the insulation in it, plus it's a much tighter wall. And then you have the portion of the mass. That's not figured into that. Okay, so you got a 0.16 wall that you're going to let go. He won't let go, but yet you're going to let him do 45% at even say a 0.25. Now that's not right. Thank you.
The triple glazing I'm seeing is 0.20, potentially below that. Lisa.
Hi, and just a quick response to Larry's comment, just from context. So two details, and to comply via the target UA, there is target area adjustment to go over 40% glazing, but anybody who's tried to use that UA calculation to, bump it up to 60, 70% glass, it's really, really difficult to pull that off. And so most of those projects, whether they were under previous code or several years back or current, they're going with a C407 typically to be able to meet code. And we just passed a proposal, 24 GP 1265, that Dwayne Johnson submitted, that now reduced tightened the allowable UA to no more than 10%. So the UA cannot be more than 110% of the code target. So the current code and the upcoming code is tightening all this down to address some of the concerns that Larry is mentioning. Thank you.
Shailesh, go ahead.
I think a lot of renewables and electrical improvement, lighting energy were used for trading off those deficiency. And that could be a reason why we see a lot of glass getting approved.
No. All right. Is there a motion yet on this? I don't believe there is. Go ahead, Larry.
So why don't you allow the block to have the same thing? Okay. I mean, those buildings have large rooftops. We could put a lot of PV on that building to bring that back. But yet you didn't allow that. And that should be allowed. Because these buildings we're talking gymnasiums here. We're talking about like Safeways and Albertsons and those type of places. And it is important for that block. And you can put 10-inch block in. If you put 10-inch block in, which isn't that much more than 8-inch block, you can get your U values down there pretty damn low. Okay. And it depends on what you fill it with. But you got to remember, you created an airtight space, and then plus you've got the mass in there too. And I don't think we've given it justice. Thank you.
So Larry, it sounds like what you're suggesting is the block wall thing should be a credit, or something like that in the C406. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this proposal.
Thanks, Lisa.
Already made.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thanks. We have a motion. We have a second to approve this, and this is basically just a fixed U factor for proposal 260. All right. All in favor of approval, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, thank you, Kevin. 260 is approved. We have 4 proposals left today. 176 Johnlin is the next one.
And it's a doozy.
All right, that's a great introduction.
So this proposal is to require that 20% of the fenestration area of a building be triple glazed or have some equivalent U value. This my intention there would be that since really the glazing, as actually Larry has pointed out here, is our kind of our last big step in evolving our building envelopes to be the best they can be, and so that in some future code cycle, somebody can propose to move this up to 50% or 80%. But this would get the idea of having 20% of the glass be triple is to make sure that this becomes industry standard. And the way I did it is to just make a couple of columns, and one for the 80% and one for the 20%, and to do that both for the standard glazing and for the high performance alternate.
You want to scroll down, Krista?
There is, in addition, there's a rule in the for the component performance method that says you can't just average your way out of this, that you still have to consider that that 20%. When we first looked at this for Seattle, it came out to be rather inexpensive for a typical apartment. It looked like it was going to be about $100 additional to that. Would be considering that you take the bedroom window, and that would be your 20%, and make that triple. We have, but just late breaking stuff that I didn't have time to send in to Krista is that my costs for window wall and curtain wall were very high because they were going to involve having to remake those fenestration, the framing sections to have the thicker glass. But as it turns out, that the thin triple glazing that's Lawrence Berkeley Labs developed a decade ago is now commercially available from 2 U.S. glass fabricators, Corning and Alpen, plus Glaston in Europe, and we do get imported glass from several places in Europe on projects. The center light in these, what they call the thin triple, is a thin, toughened glass, the same that they use for your laptop screen. And that is set in the middle of what's normally the space in an insulated glass unit, so that the overall thickness of the glass panel is no thicker than a standard double pane IGU. And what I just got in like hours ago finally was costs for this. It would add $7 to $10 a square foot, depending on how many low-E coatings you had, and maybe $2 more if it was tempered glass. They're available in, and so that would be once again, if you had an apartment that was that had a total of 100 square feet of glazing, typical, you'd have 20 in the bedroom and 80 in the living room. That'd be if you took the $7 to $10 a square foot, 70 to 100, but then you'd add another 30% to that for the contractor's markup and installation and so forth. So it's a modest additional cost instead of the big additional cost that I'd initially put in there for curtain wall and window wall systems. It's you can get it in sizes up to 7'4" by 8'6", so big panes of glass. It can be it's available in safety glass with a dry film coating on the center light if it's necessary to use it in locations that require safety glazing. That would depend on the design of your building, and it's been okayed for wind pressures up to 90. So that's my proposal.
Thank you, Dwayne. Go ahead, Greg.
Most architects I've worked with, they're very, very important on aesthetics, and matching windows throughout the whole building's been one thing that I've heard over and over again. And so, like, my big concern is I wonder if there's a different way to accomplish the same thing that you're looking for, because to require that they say, well, we want 20% of your windows to be high performance, and then the architect's like, well, I want all my windows to match. So now, is that going to mean I do all of them one way? And so I wonder if there's a better way. I mean, I see what you want people to get experience with this higher grade, higher performance glass, but I'm wondering if it might be a better way to do an averaging, which I know that's what you were trying to go away with, or make it an energy credit to do with the sliding scale or something, because just mandating that a certain percentage is going to be different than all the rest of the building kind of leaves architects in a conundrum.
Yeah, and being an architect myself, I feel their pain, and yet it's gonna be a pretty subtle difference to have this thin sheet of glass in the middle of the same glazing panel that you've already had. That I would challenge you to be able to see the difference from outside. And I would say that with this, if it was me and I had a building with 4 sides that were kind of equal, I'd make one of those sides. I'd choose to be the side with the triple. I would, since the additional advantage here is that there's a really significant noise transmission reduction, that if you had one side of your building facing a busy street or a playground or something like that, you could put them over there. You could decide to only do the top 2 floors or the bottom floor, or you got a number of conditions. You don't just have to. I'm not imagining that anybody's going to end up with a visible jump from one kind of glass to another that's going to really hurt the aesthetics.
Would you be open to working on maybe changing how this is presented, so that way we can still encourage it, or or require it hit the same efficiencies, but kind of make sure we don't run into situations? I mean, some of your examples you gave, I can see working awesome in a lot of situations, but also in other types of construction, I would see that, well, shoot, that doesn't quite work for that. I mean, we have a whole variety of different types of buildings that are built. If we're talking about, like, I think for an example, in a downtown building where you have all your buildings sharing a firewall, well, it's not like you can just do one side because the other side happens to be the neighbor's firewall, or you know what I mean, like versus a standalone building is a little different.
Yeah, and you might you might end up with a situation where instead of 20%, you ended up with 40% of your glass. In order, if it was that aesthetically delicate, and those would allow you to then pick up C406 credits for the additional glazing quality. So there's ways you can do this, but I understand people, like, we get very fussy about everything being just so, and yet this is an important next step.
I do have a question, Dwayne, which is, could one use the UA trade-off to use these values but get to a different solution?
Well, in order to make this work as the market transformation that was the whole intention behind it, my answer was no, and that is specifically not allowed in this. So somebody would have to make that, would have to amend my proposal to strike that part of it and let you just average your way out of this requirement.
Yeah, okay. What you're going with, Chell, is exactly what I was kind of feeling, and I feel like we maybe need some work, like maybe a work group to kind of go through this and
Okay, thanks, Greg. Larry.
Can you roll that back up there? Because I'm seeing 80% wall glass area. Can you roll back?
No, Larry, what I was talking about is not 80% of the wall,
Right
but
here, column A.
80%. Yeah, Larry, it's 80% of however much glazing you do have, whether you have 100 square feet or 10,000 square feet of glazing.
Okay.
80% of it would be the old way, and 20% would be the high performance part.
Okay, but so and if you've been in the building industry like you sound you've been, Dwayne, I don't know how many times when I'm out there on the sites and I look at the windows, it's very rare that the same exact window will have the same U value. But you go look at a different window in the same house and it's got a different U value. Okay. And then you got the slider and that's got a different U value. And you got, maybe you got a double hung window and they have a different U value. And so each one of them has a different U value. You can go to a better glass, but that might not mean you get down to that same U value. Do you understand what I mean, Dwayne?
And yeah, you have to, it's not just the glass, but I think I set the U value requirement because it doesn't say you have to do triple. It says you have to meet a particular U value.
So is that an average? I'm thinking it's better that it's an average. I mean, you're targeting that average because you're going to have some higher and you're going to have some lower, but they ain't all going to be right on the money. I've never seen that happen.
No, they don't have to. Nobody says it has to be on the money. This is a maximum. And so 20%, whatever you do with the rest of the building, 20% of this has to be at least as good as those standards.
Okay, because there's some double pane out there that are better than triple pane. Okay.
Well, if you've got that, then you can use that.
Okay. So we don't, just as long as we get the targeted values is what you're talking about, Dwayne, right?
Yeah, that and remember, it's not just the glass value, it's the whole assembly.
The whole package. It's the whole package.
That whole package, if 20% is under that line, then you're good in gold.
Okay.
Thanks, Larry. Patrick.
Yeah, Dwayne, I have a question. I'm looking at the cost analysis, and for the annual energy savings, you have 11 cents in there, 37 kilowatt hours times 11 cents. And I'm just wondering what the 11 cents is, that like the cost of electricity?
Yeah, that's a kind of a standardized cost of electricity, and since I was looking in particular in this case at a multifamily, we have that exception in that allows a certain amount of electric resistance if you have good U values in your walls for multifamily. So we're seeing them very typically heated with electric resistance, just cove heaters or something like that.
Okay. If the tag moves forward with this or postpone this, I can run this by some of our members who build multifamily buildings or in the commercial code and get their feedback on this. One question mark that I will run by them is I'm concerned that if you just have, a small amount, possibly like one window or a small number of windows that have to be there, I think there's a slight thickness difference between double pane and triple pane that can affect the spacing of your walls and things. So I don't know how there could be some other incidental costs associated with this beyond just the upgrade of the window itself, that I'll look to get some feedback from them on.
And you're right about traditional triple pane, which is what I was thinking of when I was going through this. If you're going with the thin triple assemblies that you can get from those manufacturers I mentioned, then the overall thickness is the same and the weight is almost the same.
Thank you.
So that fits in 1 or 1 1/4 kind of IGU width, Dwayne. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that was the whole reason that Lawrence Berkeley Labs got into this whole thing way back was to try to make a triple pane unit that fit in the same byte that is used for a double pane unit now.
All right, Lisa.
Hi, thank you. I actually have three questions. Well, the first one is I'm trying to wrap my head around what that UA calculation now is going to look like with regards to the maximum allowed percentage of fenestration, whether it be.
Yeah, what I said is that you can do a UA calculation, but 20% of the glass in that UA calculation has to still meet this U value. You can't just average that away.
Understand, and I support the idea of the proposal. I be clear about that. I'm just in my head trying to figure out what does the compliance tool look like for this, like how to enforce that, but that's a separate topic. I do have a question though on how this would apply to building additions with fenestration, and also for building alterations where fenestration is added. I can see this getting kind of complicated when we start considering the impact to an existing building alteration or an addition. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it would apply to an addition same as to new construction, but obviously the existing fenestration wouldn't be affected.
So I see. So if you did a building addition standalone, then that makes sense because you treat it like it's its own little separate building anyway. But if the plan is to actually provide or demonstrate compliance with the code by looking at the building addition plus the existing building, I can see that getting pretty tricky. And then also for a building alteration where they're kind of making some changes and increasing the percentage of glazing under that alteration, I can see this being really difficult to comply with for an existing building alteration. And so I think I would be in favor of having somewhere be some language in there that would exempt that particular scenario, at least for a certain sized alteration or something like that. Otherwise, I think it would put a lot of burden on a relatively minor envelope alteration.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa Shailesh.
Now we need a default value for triple glaze of glazing in our table C303.1.31. A lot of people are looking for non-NFRC type triple glaze and what default value they should be using. So since we are introducing now triple glaze, I think we should update that table also.
Which table?
It's table C303.1.3. It's a default glazing table.
Yeah, those. When I'm giving talks about the code, I always tell people to ignore that if at all possible, because those values are terrible.
Well, but when they are buying 1Z, 2Z type windows and they are looking for some default value to install those windows, they don't have that default value. And what they do, they go to small businesses and try to use that, and then they don't qualify and have problem. So it is better to add one more column here if you want to introduce triple glaze windows in the code.
It's already there. Its values are wrong.
The values are considered those were put in there ages ago, and were since it's those are only used for where like you're using salvaged windows or something that doesn't have that don't have real U values, that you have to use these defaults, which are like the worst imaginable version of them. So
with new windows, you never use that table.
Well, new non-NFRC window, people buying from Europe and not NFRC table value, certified value, and they want to use it.
Yeah, well, if they want to use those, go ahead, but they're really terrible values. Nobody would want them.
Okay, Larry.
Let's scroll back up to where the payback is, because we got some numbers there that aren't jiving. Can you scroll back up to where that payback was?
And Larry, those are values that I'm
right back right there.
Yeah.
Oh, hold it right there. So we got one value at 13 cents a kilowatt, and then we got another value down below here at 11 cents a kilowatt. So which one are we going to use? You're going to use one or the other. We're not going to use both of them. And then on top of it, I do think we've got problems using this with existing buildings, because you're not going to know. I mean, most 99% of the time, you're not going to know what the existing U value of the windows that are in there, unless it's somewhat of a modern building that would have had something stamped and the plans and everything, if you can even find them. So
this would not impact existing glazing remaining in an existing building.
Yeah, but you would need that, wouldn't you, Dwayne? So if you were putting an addition on,
Larry, chapter 5 says if you don't touch a component, you don't need to upgrade it generally.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about you're doing an addition on an existing building. And so how are we going to get there? Because we don't know the values of what's there. Are we just going to force them into the better windows then for that addition?
Nope. Those can all just stay the same and
No, I don't mean replacing those windows that are existing. I mean on the calculation for the new addition that you're putting on, Dwayne.
Right. If the new addition had 1,000 square feet of glazing, 200 square feet of that would be triple.
Okay, so we're gonna say that new addition is gonna be itself, and we're not gonna include the rest of the building then. I think we need to make that clear.
That's in chapter 5. If you read the chapter 5 existing buildings for additions,
okay,
that's pretty clear in the code currently. There's only a few things. Yeah, but they wouldn't affect untouched portions of the envelope.
Okay, so but we need to get this clarification here. Are we talking 11 cents a kilowatt, or are we talking 13 cents a kilowatt? Because that's going to make the numbers be different.
You got I don't know why I put the 13 cents in there. I brought it up from another analysis I'd done, and so yeah, that should go back to 11.
Okay, so then what's the real number back there then?
Well, we did have to recalculate.
Yeah, let's recalculate. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in really quick to answer Larry's question, just to make sure everybody's clear about this. So I think it's section C502 with regards to additions. Additions do comply or with the energy code standalone. So Larry, that means that the addition is considered, and it has to comply as new construction. And so everything that's being proposed here would apply to that addition standalone. However, there is an allowance in the energy code that says that if you want to, you can include the area of the addition with the rest of the building to demonstrate compliance. And on occasion, that actually works out for a building, but in a lot of cases it doesn't. So it's an allowance in the code, but it's not required. Building additions are required to comply standalone as its own separate building, just to be clear.
Thanks, Lisa. And Nathan.
Dwayne, I think for a couple friendly amendments here, below both of those glazing tables now has in the footnotes, you modified the footnotes to some language that we threw out in a previous. Yep. So footnotes C.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So somebody already cleaned that up. Never mind.
Chris is awfully fast.
Yep.
Thanks, Nathan. Greg.
So I'm supportive of encouraging and trying to push high performance, but I'm just seeing this as making it more complicated, and we already recognize our code's less complicated. And if we're going to have a bazillion exceptions, then that's going to even make it even more complicated. And then I would see for a small construction project, there being a big problem with it ends up being like, well, I just have one high performance window, which is 20%, or like one or two. And now you order all the rest, and then you order just a few one-offs. I would like to see this restructured. You know what I mean? So it's not like trying to require a percentage to be, but some way to actually encourage. And I like the averaging method better, but I mean, if there's some way we can make it as, I mean, I get the intent, but I mean, if there's some way we can encourage it, so that way we don't have to require them to do some. And so because that, I'm going to motion that we postpone this to be, you know, I mean, because I see there's value to rework this, so I'd want to postpone this until some work group kind of looks through it and gets more info and sees how there might be a better way to do this.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone. Greg, I did want to point out, it says buildings or additions less than 5,000 square feet don't need to comply with the column B.
Good point. I mean, I do see the small one, but still, even nonetheless, I mean, I still, you know, same sentiment.
Yep. Okay, we have a motion to postpone and a second for it. I think we've talked about this a good deal, and the motion is postpone until a work group gets together. So I'm going to call that a couple of weeks. Does anybody want to volunteer to work with Dwayne on this? Greg, I'm assuming you're in on that. Just unmute and say your name. And
yes, I'm on that.
Andy Burnham.
Patrick Hanks. I just want to be included to know what's going on.
Okay.
So I got Greg, Andy, and Patrick. Is that it? Kim, I need you.
All right. Thanks, Dwayne. All right. All in favor of the motion to postpone, say yes.
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 Yeah.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, we have postponed this one. We just have a couple 20 minutes left and a couple of proposals left. 192, Dwayne, you are up again.
Okay, this should be an easier one. When we're doing an area weighted average in our system, we've already said that for the lines, can you see the 1.1 and 1.2 can be that's the fixed and the operable can be combined, and so this just adds the same thing for the all other fenestration, which is everything that's not site built, typically, and that you can combine the fixed and the operable when you're calculating, and so you don't have to like separately calculate those.
I'll move to accept.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say yes.
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 Yeah.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Motion is approved. Thank you, Dwayne. 259 Rosenau. Lisa, you're up.
Thank you, Nate.
Hi, thank you. So this proposal, it addresses, and I'm going to get my notes out here. There was an official opinion that was issued. It was number 23-01. And just to the question, was when calculating the percentage of the maximum allowed fenestration area, for walls. The question was, are below grade walls and interior partition ceiling walls, are they included in the calculation? And the official opinion actually said that they could be included. And we felt that opinion was problematic because what it does is if below grade walls or interior partition walls, if you can count that square footage as part of the overall wall area, then that gives you basically a larger square footage allowance on the actual exterior of the building that is being exposed to solar gain and heat loss. So we see this as a real problem by allowing this. I don't recall the purpose of the question originally, but what this proposal does is it says that for that calculation, you cannot include that square foot area as a determination of how much square foot area you can have of exterior glazing. That's the gist of the proposal.
Thanks, Lisa. Larry.
That sounds right on to me. Okay. I mean, when you're buried, you're not going to have any loss to speak of anyway. And I think that's a good catch. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Nathan.
So Lisa, if I'm correct, if you have a conditioned space in a parking garage, and that has a wall that we're required to insulate fully to code, you're saying that wall that separates the conditioned space from the ambient parking garage cannot be included in the window to wall ratio calculations?
That's what this proposal is doing, yes. With the intention of not allowing a much larger, it could be potentially a much larger percentage of glazing above grade.
I guess my immediate feedback is that when we were telling developers that they had to insulate all these back of house walls fully to code, and they were grumbling about that, we never had to do that in the past, blah, blah, blah. Part of the trade-off we could say is, well, at least it helps you in your window to wall ratio calculation. So I will tell you that's part of how we were selling this to our clients who didn't think they should have to insulate at all those fur outs and everything to all their back of house walls in the garage.
Fair enough, but I think if you take into consideration a lot of the discussion today, glazing area has a pretty big impact on the overall performance in the building. So I think using that below grade square foot area so you can have more glass seems counter to the direction we're trying to go.
And I'm sorry, to be clear, we were never counting below grade walls, like with dirt on the other side. I'm specifically talking about those that separate conditioned from unconditioned.
Understood, and that is consistent with the State Building Code Council official opinion. So, that was legit, but this proposal tightens that up.
Thanks. Go ahead, Greg.
So I have a question on, so when you're doing site planning, I mean, if we're, so a lot of times what people might do, I mean, I'm kind of speculating out there, but people might choose to build a basement or, or do more of that in order to capitalize on the above grade so they get more glazing. And then this might possibly have a counter reaction that basically people say, well, shoot, I'm not going to get the benefit of the additional glazing, so I'm not going to put the basement in. And wouldn't the basement be more insulated and better off? And so isn't that kind of, we could possibly be unintentionally discouraging below grade construction?
Well, like anything else in the energy code, that you get positives and negatives in both directions. So, currently, this is being used to have more glazing. You know, that's how this is being interpreted right now. Does it mean that there might be some scenarios where somebody's proposing a below grade construction and making a deeper basement area or whatever, and they're justifying it so that they can have more glass? Perhaps, but I think you're going to get plus and minus in both directions on this one. But as a whole, it feels that this is taking us in the correct direction.
Another reason why people build below grade spaces is to not have FAR above the ground. So a lot of times there's an FAR limit on space, and you put some functions below grade so that you can build a bigger building essentially. So it's not just the glazing percentage that people would build below grade, it's for site constraints and also FAR limits in a lot of areas. Go ahead.
I recognize that, Chell. And also, I mean, you got the frost depth, so if you're already going to dig down anyways, you might as well dig a basement. But I mean, if we're requiring additional insulation on the basement walls, you know what I mean, or requiring additional, or on your parking garages below grade, shouldn't there be some sort of added benefit to that? I'm kind of wondering.
I don't have an answer for you. I think the tag has to individually answer themselves. Go ahead, Larry.
Well, here's what I could see. You got 100-foot building, and I don't have any windows down below, so I can have 45% above the ground, and then I can have that other 45% that's below the ground. So now I got a whole wall of glass again. Okay, and I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, that's just not the intent here. Okay, and because you're going to lose it. I mean, you that's not the intent. Thank you.
Larry, go ahead, Dwayne.
But Lisa, this is just to bring the language.
Dwayne, I barely hear you. I don't know if my audio went out or if you're further from your speaker.
This was specifically to bring the language in the code into compliance with what the State Building Code Council already says the code means. Is that right, Lisa?
No, it's the opposite to that. There was a official opinion that was issued in response to a question that was submitted to the State Building Code Council that basically stated, actually, I perhaps this would be helpful, but I think it might take Krista a minute here to go dig it up. But this would be an official. There you go. If you look under, let's see, what number was it?
You said 2301, I think.
23.01. This is actually changing the code to address the answer that was provided. We're saying that this answer is left it pretty wide open. And so we're saying, okay, well, that's what was allowed under the 2018 code, and it's continued into the 2021 code. But we're saying, let's tighten this up in the 2024.
Got it.
And I think one of the reasons why we did this, speaking as someone who was on the council at the time, was because current practice includes using some below grade insulated walls as part of the window to wall ratio. And the council felt like because that was common practice to do, and it wasn't prohibited by the code, an opinion shouldn't have a functional change in the way the code works and the way buildings are designed and permitted. It should be an opinion, not a code change. So what Lisa's submitting is actually a code change, where this answer would be determined eventually by the Building Code Council as either a do this or don't do that. But yeah, that was the reason why I voted for this opinion. Because common practice is to include some below grade wall area in the total window to wall ratio.
Yeah, and I agreed that I mean that was an interpretation of code language at the time, and any of those official opinions, again, they remain as guidance even for future code editions, and so we're just proposing that. Okay, that's the way it was then. Let's tighten this up now.
There's no motion on the table yet, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Move to approve as shown.
There a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second for proposal in front of us, 259. I heard mixed discussion of this, but I'll try a voice vote anyway. All in favor say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed say no. Any opposed say no.
No.
I'll abstain.
I heard one no vote only, so that means this passes. All right. And we are off to the very last one, a 193, Dwayne.
Sorry, it's me again. This I see as a clarification, just what to do as far as air barrier testing for a low-rise building that is commercial on the ground floor and residential upstairs, and in this case, in those cases, you just use the whole building, test the whole building for the commercial part of the code.
Lisa.
I just have one minor recommendation, and that would be perhaps to change the language where it says group R2 occupancy areas of 1, 2, and 3-story buildings. Perhaps just to follow with the language in other parts of the code, that could just be revised to say buildings that are 3 stories or less above grade plane. You would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Yes.
So Krista, I'll repeat that. So instead of 1, 2, and 3-story buildings, it would be changed to buildings that are 3 stories or less above grade plane.
You know what? Sorry, I'm on the verge of withdrawing my own proposal here, because this was written before we made low-rise residential buildings to start following the commercial code, right?
Yes.
And now I'm just like seeing that we already kind of handled this by making those low-rise multifamily follow commercial building provisions.
Although there is a code proposal that would change the definition of residential.
Well, that's my proposal, but it doesn't really change it. It tries to capture what we understood to be the intent, which is that, group R2, if it's central corridor, it has to comply with the commercial code. If it's Woody Walk-up, then it has to comply with the residential code. So
I would, as my final move for today, withdraw my own proposal.
Okay. Code proposal is withdrawn for 193.
Yep.
All right. Well, that is the last action of the day. That gets us through our entire agenda. Thank you, everybody. We are 1 minute ahead of schedule. Is there anything else for the good of the order?
Thank you, Dwayne, for that schedule improvement.
All right. Kevin?
Yeah, sorry to be the last thing before we go. I just wanted to mention that my read of the residential versus commercial is that the Woody walk-ups actually have a choice of whether they stick in residential or go to commercial. So just in case that impacts anything doing about your proposal or anything else that anybody's doing, I just wanted to make sure we were all confident in where that all stands.
Yeah, I'm good with that because those would have to be tested independently anyway, if you're going to go with the and that's not part of the commercial code. So I'm happy with letting it go.
All right, thank you everybody for all your dedication and your brilliance, and we will see you next week when we will revisit all the work groups except for 279. And yeah, have a great weekend. See you next week.
Thanks, everybody.